free. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bedroom.
Mommy, you can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
So you're welcome. Well, before I invite your questions, I would like to run you through the most important part of today's program. So, through the Ghana Football Association, or in conjunction with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Mr. Chris Hilton will be the
get a good feel, head start. But as regards my emotions, as most of you know, the large majority of my managerial career has been at club level. And also as a player, for those that know me would know that I represented the Republic of Ireland as a player. So to represent Ghana and the Black Stars as the head coach is something that I'm incredibly proud of. Sorry about the noise. It's something that I'm incredibly proud of. It's something that I will give everything to make the team as successful as possible. It's something that I will do to make sure that the communication and the relationship that I have with this association, for those around the association, and of course the supporters, to give all of my best. So something that I'm hugely looking forward to, but very much our game is about support. And as I said, support from the association, but mostly the support from the huge array of fans that we have. And that starts with obviously a very difficult game at Kumasi on Thursday.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Chris. Colleague journalist, your questions are welcome. Frank Nero will coordinate that. You raise your hand, you'll be given the microphone, you mention your name, your station, and then your question. Thank you.
Okay, I can see a hand there.
Hello, Coach. My name is Evans Sofochu. I work with CTFM, City TV. My question is two. One, what sort of Black Stars or brand of football are we to expect from your Black Stars? Two, you've been around the team for a year now. What's your response to allegations of interference in the technical team's work from the GFA hierarchy? Thank you.
Okay, so on the second question first, all I can say is that I am the new head coach, so anything that you speak of before my time here is very much something that you are bringing up and is in the past. All I can speak about is my communication and correspondence that I had with the association in my time being involved so far. and I can only speak highly of that lines of communication and correspondence and the support that I've had from the association. So this is one that I think it's hugely important, because for the Black Stars to do well and achieve what we want to achieve, this is mostly about the players and the players performing, but it's about the technical staff, it's about the supporters around, but it's also very much about the support from the association. And it's very difficult to go in the direction you want to if you don't have all of them things aligned. And I can only speak of my experiences so far. And I said the communication that I've had with the association has been very good. As regards what type of team we will see, what we want to see a winning team, because there can be and there will be lots of questions on a style of football, players that play, why is this player not playing and why is this player playing? Are you too defensive? Are you too offensive? Ultimately, what we all want to see is winning football. And that starts with the correct preparation of the team, using the players to the best of their ability, and picking a team that suits the type of players that we have. So I think we all, as coaches, start on the same level, same starting point. And the starting point is to put together a group of players, to play as a team, and to win football matches.
Next question. What capacity or what capabilities makes you ideal for this very demanding job? Number two, you were the technical advisor for the Stars. You talked about your association and all of that. Will you describe that stint, that advisory or consultancy role, as a failure, or you think you were successful? And finally, how would your coaches or your coaching staff and your players describe you as a coach? How would they describe you?
Suggest that we keep our questions short and probably one question per person, so that the rest could also get a chance and ask their questions. Thank you, Kwabena Obin Efri, for your question. Harry, do we take the questions or he responds?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead with the response, coach.
Yes, if you're asking me, firstly, why I am in this role, and the obvious answer to this one is because the Football Association of Ghana asked if I would do this role, and after whether I would be interested in being the next head coach. It's a role that I didn't hesitate to accept. As regards my capabilities for this role, I've been in football for a long time, not only as a head coach but also as an assistant coach. I was an assistant coach for some 14 and a half years before I was a head coach. Then went on to be a head coach, and for those that know my career as a head coach, that has been in the Championship in England, but also managed 3 teams in the Premier League in England. So I think my standing and credentials as a coach of coaching at a good level, I think is good. You know, everybody has different opinions. The difference, of course, is managing or coaching at international level and club level. And of course there is a difference. You know, the preparation time is less. Of course at club level you have the players day in and day out to be able to develop a team. But this is international football, so every coach or every manager in international football has the same difficulties, and we have to get round them. What I have is, I say, a lot of experience as a head coach, and I will have to use all of them experiences to determine the way forward for the team, to pick the team, to pick the squad, the tactics of the team. These are things that I'm used to. And also and also adjusting to a less period of preparation. You know, we had players that played yesterday, so in effect we'll train on Tuesday, we'll train on Wednesday and play a game on Thursday. So these are the things that I would like to think that my years in experience have allowed me to do. As regards my role as technical advisor, then my role predominantly was to support the technical staff, to be a sounding board for the technical staff and the head coach. And I think overall there were disappointments in the World Cup. There's no doubt about that. But I think we had a lot of pluses. You have to always break it down, and you have to look at the games one by one. And I think out of the three games, obviously the biggest disappointment was losing against Uruguay and the manner in which we exited. But I think most people would have looked at the Portuguese game with the quality that they have. They're standing in world football.
Phonetics, they have
and the most important thing is always here and now. We have two games this week, and this is what the most important thing is. But I also have to have an eye on development, and I think I will be judged on a way a team play, what I've made from the players that we have, whether I've managed to get the best out of the players that we have, and have a support. And this is the most important thing, that have a support that enjoys seeing their team play. Now, what is judged as success and failure will be perceived in different ways. Ultimately, at this moment, it's about winning 2 games this week. It's about qualification to get to AFCON, and it's doing and preparing the team as well as we can from AFCON and performing the best that we can in an AFCON tournament. And it's normal. It's normal that you will be judged on that.
All right, thank you. Okay, I think you deserve more attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Coach, once again. In your squad for the Angola double header, and then knowing the squad is a different thing, but knowing the expectation of the country is also a different thing. How does the Nigeria game, especially in Kumasi, and the atmosphere, compare? I know you've played in some big stadia, you've managed some big teams. On Tyneside, it's a very, very mad football city. How does that pressure, especially in games in Kumasi, compare to what you've had experience as a player and then a manager?
Okay, so firstly I'll speak about the squad itself. I think in my time I've been involved, and I looked at this very roughly this morning. There have been a lot of new players that have come into the squad. So if I think of the dynamics of the team, and when I pick the squad, is to try to incorporate the best I can with the new players that have come into the squad, and of course the existing squad members. I can only ever pick 25 players, and I think most of you would know that we have some injuries. So some players that have come into the squad that wasn't in the initial squad. But it's that balance, and what I didn't want to do was, because what I can do is, if I'm looking at the amount of talent that we have out there, I potentially could have brought in, another new 3, 4, 5 players that have not been involved in my period of time. But we have to have some consistency in the squad. And we spoke about going out of a World Cup in the last game, but we have to remember, this is a team that got to the World Cup when there are numerous very, very good teams, African teams, that didn't get there. So the starting position is good. I say, with the introduction of a lot of new players in my period of time here, I have to look for some type of consistency in the squad. The game in Kumasi, yes, and I think it was difficult for me. It's my first time in Kumasi, my first time at a game. And I think when you're there, around that type of atmosphere, it's difficult for it not to affect you. And it does. How vibrant it was, the build-up to the game, the intensity of the game itself, but the intensity of our crowd. And I have no doubt that the influence that the crowd played on the team and the head coach. So this is something that's always important for us. And you are right, I've played in big stadiums before and big atmospheres before. And you are always reliant on that atmosphere to get behind the team. And it does make a difference. So certainly as regards what I saw there, yes, it was something that was wonderful for me to see and something that I, to this day, remember.
All right, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Zando. I work at Love FM and Isha FM of the Multimedia Group Limited. Congrats, Chris, once again, and I wish you well. In your short stint with Ghana Football as technical advisor of the Black Stars, what have you made of local football? I'm talking about the Ghana Premier League. And what is the possibility that going forward, we have some of the players playing the Ghana Premier League featuring in your future call-ups? Thank you very much.
Firstly, what I can tell you is from the day that I've been involved with the association, which is, say, about 1 year ago, I was made aware and stressed upon how important the local game is to the association and to us as technical staff. So this I am very conscious of, and of course in my period of time so far we have had some players that have made the squad, okay, from our local game. So I certainly will not underestimate it. Where I think I can add value in my new role is that, I will be spending more time in Ghana. I will be watching more games. I will be attending more clubs and getting to know the league far better than I was perhaps given the opportunity to before. And the only reason I wasn't before is because our concentrations very much were on a World Cup campaign. But I am constantly being made aware of players that are doing well. Of course, the league structure and the teams that are doing well. And certainly in my new role as head coach, I will be paying very much attention to not only the players that are doing well, but the game here in general, because I think it is important. I think it's important that any national team has a good national league. And I will do my very best to make sure that I see as much football here as possible.
Coach, congrats on your appointment. Sorry for the loss of your father. My name is Richard Champo. I work with Akoma FM and the Media General. Coach, short questions. Baba Idrisu was a constant member of this team until unfortunately he got injured and missed the World Cup. He's recovered, he's playing, he was out of your squad. Any special reasons why Baba Idrisu missed out on the call-up? Then, what can you do to help, as in coaching? You are the head of our national team, do you have any responsibilities to help the other national teams or to even help coaches in general in Ghana? Finally, as I said, you lost your father, sorry. How important was your father to your coaching career, and is there going to be any effect once he's gone?
Firstly, thank you very much for your condolences. My father played a very big part of my life. When I can tell you now, when my father came to England, he wasn't a fanatical football supporter. He wasn't, and he probably grew more knowledgeable as he got older, because it wasn't only myself that was a professional footballer, also my brother. So he grew more knowledgeable. I think that our development as young players wouldn't have been through my dad. He was a very supportive dad, but he, as I said, particularly in the early years, wasn't so much of a football fanatic, but he grew on. So mostly with my dad, it's about the support network that he's always given me. So as in general, as opposed to just in football. As regards Baba Idrissa, as with so many players in the squad, you have decisions to make, so many. And for Baba Idrissa, we could speak about probably another 5, 6, 7 players that I had to consider closely before making the decision. So, 25 players in the squad will all be my own personal decisions, and they can be tight decisions. A way of playing. One player is a little bit different, has some different qualities to a different player. The mix in the squad. If I'm looking at players that we have in the squad, who will be a correct mix to somebody that perhaps will be playing in a similar type position to them. So these are all very, very tough decisions. And I can tell you, this was a tough decision. But as I said, I can only pick 25 players, and there are players that will miss out. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I mean, in my... what I have to do in my time here is, I've already spoken about trying to attend as many games as I can from the local leagues. Also, throughout the FA, we have the different age group teams, also the ladies teams, and I think we all know the prominence now of the ladies game, ladies football. So I will try to do as much as I can. It will always be about getting the correct balance. We have a huge number of the squad that play in Europe. So for me, it will be about getting the correct balance between opportunities to, of course, see players that are playing in Europe, but also players that are playing here in our local teams, and of course our other international teams. So in the period of time that I hear, I will try to do as much work as I can.
Good morning, Chris, and also accept my condolences. I'm sitting down here, so that, my condolences. An opportunity for you this afternoon to see a local game. There's a Ghana Premier League game between King Faisal and BBNE Gold Stars at Abrankese. I'm sure the communications director will bring you there to watch and see the level of football on the domestic front, which will give you a good perspective of the barrier or the gap between the local league and, of course, the level you're looking at the Black Stars. And then also, Chris Hughton's legacy, your fingerprints, your footprints. When we talk about managers, you always say that this is his style. That is how we know Zidane or Ancelotti or any national team coach. Chris Hughton, how would you describe yourself, and what kind of legacy would you leave for the Black Stars in a few years' time when you've won a few trophies, hopefully?
Okay, thank you very much. So on the first question, I am aware of the game today. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend. For those that know, I was here in Kumasi for most of the day yesterday in a very busy international period. We have players that have arrived that will train today, and we have players that will arrive tomorrow. So I think certainly it's a game that I would like to attend to, and if the circumstances were different and I had more time, then certainly I would attend. But at this moment, having spent so much time away from the home base yesterday and this morning, then I need to be back for the training group this afternoon. As regards to legacy, it's always a very difficult question, because what I am conscious of is results, and I'm very conscious of, in the media, supporters, fans, everything's the same. You win games, you're good. You lose games, you're not so good. These are the things that will never ever change. So, a legacy is about a way of playing. I understand the type of players that we have in the team, and I think we have a lot of technically talented players in the team. But I'm also conscious of what the supporters want most is to win football matches, and you have to go about your tactics in a different way to when you are playing one of the top teams than when you are not playing one of the top teams. So a legacy would be, I hope, that Chris came in for whatever period that is, was seen to work as hard as he can to make sure that a Black Stars team with good, quality, talented players achieves the best that they can achieve.
Okay, congratulations, Coach. My name is Obed Champon. I work with Silver FM. Well, we've been having a lot of conversations, but we all know you are going to be involved in so many call-ups. Can you help us, the media, with regards to the 5 bases your call-ups will depend on? Whether it's going to be based on experience, whether it's going to be on form, whether it will be based on discipline, like the 5 metrics that you are going to use, or even if it's more, all the metrics you'll be using in your various call-ups. And again, we've not won a trophy. My brother will be asked about that question. Should Ghanaians expect a trophy from you at the end of the period? Can you promise us that? Or we should just go with the flow? You are just going to build a team, and if we win a trophy or not, we should be okay with that.
I'll go backwards and I'll start with the second question. One thing I could tell you is there is not one coach, head coach or manager that would sit up here and guarantee a trophy. There is not one, because we cannot guarantee anything. What we can guarantee is that we will work as hard as we can to put a team together to create the right tactics, the right mentality, the right personnel to put ourselves in the best position to do that. And firstly, that comes with qualification. So we will work as hard as we can. But I think you probably would appreciate there isn't
from the juvenile side to the senior side. A lot of the young players we have in the national team currently are players who either played in the academies in Europe or
about a process and you're talking about a development process. So I'll answer the question first and then I'll go back to it. First you have to look at, there are also players that have come through the system and have developed very well and are very prominent in the Black Stars senior team. So for what you are saying, for something that hasn't happened, in a lot of occasions it has happened. You know, I think we are a squad that have had, to say, young players that have come through the system. Also, for what you're saying, you know, this is nothing new. You know, this would be exactly the same at club level. You know, there are so many good young talents, and not all of them can develop the way that you would like to. The game can only hold so many players. The team can only have 11 players. The squad can only have 25. So for those that, the young, talented, promising ones that didn't develop, sometimes there is also that young player that perhaps wasn't the level of the others and makes great progress. And sometimes they're the ones that you value more, that you didn't expect to get to the position that they have, and they have. And there are many examples of that. As regards a process, I said I will work as hard as I can to determine the young players that we have here. Most of them we would have on our files anyway, but to determine the ones that we have here and look at the processes for their development. So I said I will work as hard as I can on this one, but you'll be surprised that, you know, there would be far more that have come through a system and developed well than perhaps what you think.
Congratulations, coach. My name is Sally Ujara. I work with Focus FM. My question is, Thomas Partey has been one of the integral members of this squad, but a lot of Ghanaians felt he has not living up to expectation compared to his performance at the club side. What do you make of that? And again, you are the new man in the dugouts. Going forward, are we going to see the best of Thomas Partey? Thank you very much.
But I think firstly, and he's playing a huge part in their success at the moment. But Thomas's role, Thomas is what we regard in the game as a continuity player. You know, he's not going to be that player, that exciting player that's going to dribble past somebody and score a goal, or run down the flank, beat somebody, get a crossing. Thomas's role has always been hugely important to the managers that pick him. And this is why, at international level and at club level, he has always been in the teams, because of his value to the team. And sometimes that type of player, his value for what we see in the team and what we see as coaches,
to our culture, our traditions, and also to our football culture. How essential will it be for you to fully immerse in the various subculture and then the grand football culture that Ghana has? And then two, are you going to set time frames for us to know exactly where you've got into as regard this particular Black Stars project?
So Firstly, it was be my responsibility to the association.
If you Manfred, with Love and Ensure and Multimedia Group. First of all, I want to ask you, at the World Cup, largely we played between a 3-back, 4-back sometimes. There were a lot of Ghanaians who feel that we have a lot more quality to play with a free-flowing, that's a general phrase over here, attacking football. You have been described as tactically flexible. In an interview with Coach's Voice, you mentioned your 4-4-1-1, 4-2-3-1 and the likes. What do you think is the best set of structure that fits the team on and off the ball? Again, to specifics again, Mohamed Kudus is a player that a lot of tacticals feel that he's a progressive midfielder. But again, at Ajax Amsterdam, we're seeing that at the final third, he has a lot of goals and assists. And people feel that between himself and Victor Osimhen, these are two of the best African strikers in Europe right now. Do you think Mohamed Kudus should be playing in deep line areas with his progressive carries and his press resistance abilities, or he needs to be at the top? And then finally, with everything that you have said and your tax, do you think the 21 months that has been given to you by the association is enough to get this job done? Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so just as regards tactically and how I would set the team up, certainly as a coach, you have to have that flexibility. You know, we can talk about being flexible as coaches and wanting to play in different systems and trying to get the correct players into that system, but it's also about the opposition, the quality of the opposition and what you are allowed to do. So you have to be, as a coach, you have to be flexible enough for this. You know, I already spoke this morning that, you know, the tactics can be different for when you are playing a top ranked team to a team that's not. Ultimately, it's about trying to use the players in your squad to the best of their abilities, fitting into a system. And this is always the hardest part, because remember, at international level, you will be taking players that play in different systems at their clubs, play in different positions at their clubs. So you have a very short period of time. Generally, you have a system and a structure that you want to play, and you try to work the players around that. Generally, that's the best way to do it, because otherwise there are too many players playing in positions that maybe they're not used to playing. As regards Mohamed Kudus, he's still a developing player. And what I think we are lucky with Kudus is that he is a player that can play in numerous positions. So for anybody, everybody here will have a different opinion on his best position. You also have to look at his club. His club are the team, the coach, the assistant coaches that have him every day in the training, every week or twice a week in games. So they would know Kudus better than anybody. And what Ajax have done, they've played him in a few positions. At this moment, he's playing on the right-hand side. For me, it's about just trying to get the right balance and trying to get the best out of players in whichever position. Because one thing that's general is that sometimes there'll be a player playing for the Black Stars or any international team that may be playing a slightly different position for their clubs. As regards the duration of my contract, I have to get that right balance. I have to get that right balance of what is short term, what is medium term, and what is long term. At this moment, always the most important thing is short term. Winning football matches that will get you into a better position for when the other games come round. The medium term, of course, is making sure that you qualify and do well in the competitions itself. The longer term, of course, is about developing players and bringing players, like you've said, in the right direction.
Or otherwise, if Richard Kingston is still the goalkeeper's trainer for the Black Stars, I will take that. That's the responsibility of the Football Association. What I can announce here is that we haven't made any technical change to the team that assembled, that represented us at the World Cup. George Boateng and Didi Dramani are still the assistant coaches. Richard Kingston remains the goalkeeper's trainer. There have been some additions in other specific departments, but as regards Richard, Didi, and George, there is no change. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's obvious that we can exhaust all the questions. I know colleagues still have more questions to ask. So, okay, Bella will take the last one. Mr. Atiasi, for I'm considering your age. Thank you very much. My name is Delali Atiasi from Love FM. Henry, when you started, we didn't hear you talk about targets. May we know specifically what targets has been set for the coach? Thank you.
Yes, sorry, I'll answer that question. I think as regards targets, this is normal. What is normal is, firstly, as a coach, you do the best job that you can. What is normal from your employees is that they want success. This is normal, whether it be our association, any other association, or football club. You want success. So a lot of good teams.
Closing remarks or something.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for spending your morning with us. The Football Association greatly appreciates your time. Let me run by you what has been put in place as regards the team's arrival and our schedule in Kumasi. Hopefully, the team will arrive tomorrow afternoon around 1 p.m. Is that right? We will have our first training in Kumasi at the Babayara Sports Stadium in the afternoon, after lunch. And then the official training before the match, which is normally called Match Day -1, will take place on Wednesday. And then the game is at 4 p.m. on Thursday. Coach Chris Hilton will speak to the press in a pre-match press conference on Wednesday. So we will communicate the time. As usual, the venue will be at the Mobile Sports. We will communicate the time.
Spend time with the press.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Thursday 16th March 2023, and arranged business for the House for the 7th week, ending Friday 24th March 2023. The committee agreed on the following proposals for the ensuing week. Formal communication by the Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you may read any available communication to the House. Questions. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee has scheduled 8 ministers to respond to questions asked of them during the week. They are the Minister for Interior, Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, the Tourism, Arts and Culture Minister, the Education Minister, Lands Natural Resources Minister, the Attorney General, the Minister for Roads and Highways. A total of 45 questions have been admitted, 10 of which are urgent questions and 35 are oral. Statement. Right Honourable Speaker, you may admit statements to be made in the House by honourable members in accordance with Order 72. Papers and reports. Honourable Speaker, papers may be laid during the week and reports from committees may be presented to the House. Motions and resolutions. Mr. Speaker, motions may be debated and there are consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. Referral are committees. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee again urges committees with referrals to expedite work on same for the consideration of the House. Responses to parliamentary questions and other business. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee wishes to inform honourable members that Ministers of State have not been programmed to respond to parliamentary questions on Thursday, 23rd March 2023. This decision is to enable the House consider some financial bills and other important businesses. Sitting time. As honourable members are aware, the House has barely 2 weeks to adjourn Senedine for the Easter break. In view of this, the Business Committee entreats all members to devote themselves to the business of the House, to dispose of the third order of business pending before the House. Committee also recommends that the House commence sitting each day at 10 a.m. Conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker. In accordance with Order 162 and subject to Standing Order 53, the committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which business of the House shall be taken during the week. Kindly find attached the rest of the document, which is up to page 9. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What they send this guy coffee download to Lemonade Finance.
Decided to bring Sister Derby into the conversation.
I didn't decide. Yeah.
Well, you
brought.
Her. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So how do you feel, about her new music with medical?
It's very bad. She has done a bad thing.
My name is Doreen Abanma Avaya, and you are locked with me here on Talkatainment. Today, I have with me an interesting man, and he is someone who doesn't really conform to the norms. But then, not in the way you were thinking. But before anything else, let's go right into the conversation, and you get to know who my guest is. Welcome, Wanlov.
Thank you, Doreen.
It's actually a pleasure to have you here today.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the view.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like a section of different parts of Accra. You have bush, you have world uncompleted, you have like oil company, you have everything going on.
Yeah.
High tension cables, coconut trees, palm trees.
Yeah. It's left with only the beach. We just didn't have that one.
Yeah.
It would have been really nice to see.
Yeah, a beach and a small mountain.
That one too.
A tiny mountain.
Ah, and I'm sure we would have hiked. It would have been really good. But do you age at all? Because I've known you since,
aged a lot.
way back, and you don't, because you look amazing. It's like
Thank you.
evergreen.
Thank you. I don't allow stress to have my personal line.
That's why I said you are controversial, but not in the way that people think. You know, you don't conform. You just live your life free from everything that people are thinking.
I try to.
You try to.
Yeah.
But anybody that'll see Wanlov will be like, Wanlov doesn't have a problem.
You already know one of my problems.
The folding pizza?
Yeah, the self-folding, suspending
anyway,
pizza.
if you're missing out, Wanlov said one of his problems is, you know, he wants to get a very delicious pizza that will appear from somewhere and be folding itself and then entering his mouth. That's one of his problems. And I don't know how that is a problem.
My main problem.
Your main problem.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get into the conversation.
Cool.
Wanlov, how would you describe, you know, your lifestyle? Your personality, you as a whole.
My lifestyle is, I'm just trying to be as comfortable as possible with myself without oppressing people with it, you know, or feeling like I'm oppressing people with it. Like on my way here, I ride a motorcycle because I've realized that I'm not gonna own a car in a city where there's traffic. It's something I'm never gonna do. Because the way I live my life in music and in art and the way I float around things, I feel like the only vehicle for me in Accra would be a bicycle, motorcycle, yeah, something like that, or helicopter. So, yeah, I just try to meander. But I was talking about on the way here, I was on a motorcycle and I was going behind a military truck. I have a problem with the military because of what they did during the lockdown in Ashaiman and what they're doing now in Ashaiman. I don't feel like they're moving correct. But the people in the truck, I heard them saying, because some of them didn't know it was me. And they're saying, "I send away in the top now. But it's hot. I don't want to sweat. If I wear a shirt and I go here, I'll be sweating, I think. Or if nothing at all, because of the sun, my arms from here to here will get darker, and then this part of my body will be lighter. So when I take off my clothes, I'll look like I'm wearing a skin t-shirt, and I don't think that's cool. So I try anytime I'm in the sun to expose most of my body as possible.
So you evenly tan your body.
I try to, like, currently because of short or the small skirts I wear, this part of my area is like in Sawam sugar bread. It's really soft and white. And yeah. And so any chance I get, when I go to friends that have big compounds and they don't really have neighbors that can see in the compound, I walk around naked so that the sun shines everywhere. I even lie on my back and raise my legs and spread myself sometimes for the sun to shine.
This is what I'm saying, guys. He's controversial, but not the way that he thinks.
No, just to have this thing. I mean, just look here. Look.
Yeah.
It's too much. For me, for my eyes, like, come on.
I can't even help
So the world is a very strange place because there are people who are going in the other direction. Yeah. People are like, hey, abo say na upi. Right. Pay umbrella beer. And I would say you share. And me, I want to be like, I'm not secretly, I've said it before, I am jealous of mad people. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm like, why are you walking naked and nobody cares? Like, I wish if I was walking naked right now, I think people, maybe if I do it for a long time, they'll stop caring. Right. Just like how you. Hey, I'm getting an idea. You know, they were saying that if I was like a fully black person, that they would say I'm mad because I'm not. But when people are working on buildings, the masons, carpenters and stuff, they take off their shirts to work. You know, the human body is like an air conditioning system. You know, you sweat so that the breeze that comes in contact with the sweat rapidly cools your body down. But when you're wearing a t-shirt or when you're wearing clothes and the wind blows against the clothes which have soaked the sweat, it doesn't have the same effect. So if you are walking around with no shirts and moving, running, whatever, you sweat less than if you're wearing a shirt and running around because that air con is not being blocked. But I was saying I'm jealous of mad people because, you know, they can walk around naked. But not you. I can, but I don't know what will happen in the first few weeks. I think I need to have enough money in case I'm arrested for public nudity. But until they realize that maybe I do have a mental problem, they won't leave me alone.
And you do have a mental problem?
I'll have to fake a mental problem, you see?
But you know this is on camera.
Yeah, no, it's fine, but it can happen that I really did go mad later. So even if it's on camera, it doesn't matter. I'll be able to do it enough to where they'll believe it, even though they've seen this interview. They'll be like, no, I know he was planning it, but this one is real.
This one is true.
Yeah.
And how is the music? How is the music going? Because you've been in the music industry for over a decade.
About 55 years in the music.
And how old are you?
69. No.
You see, you had to think before actually giving me
No, think of a nice number. I've been doing, professionally, I started in 2005.
Oh, not 7 actually, because your first album was released in
7.
2007.
Yeah.
And I think the name was Green Card?
Yeah.
Green Card in 2007.
Yeah. So, a while, almost 15, maybe more. Yeah. But you know, it's a short time. Yeah, not for musicians. It's a short time for most musicians, really, because it's one of the hardest jobs in the world. If you want, I was listening to Panjianov talk about it. He was saying that if you want an easy job, then you should take maybe medicine, doctor or lawyer, because in 10 years you are guaranteed to be at a level making that successful salary, right? In 10 years it's almost guaranteed. So you have way more doctors than you have successful musicians. And for a musician, 10 years is just when you are now like establishing yourself, you know? So it's one of the hardest jobs, really, and you don't have hours. You're always working. You don't have like off hours, really.
You always have to keep.
Yeah, it's not have. It drives, something drives you to do that. So, I think at every point in time, artists need to like refresh, rebrand. And I'm thinking of a new name to use.
New name?
Yeah, I'm thinking
because there was, Fucking Boys. And then there was Wanlov the Kubolor. Mensa also did his own thing.
Yeah, those like still existing, but I think like for my new stuff, I need to come with a new name. I'm thinking of SDB.
Hey, what does that mean?
Like nowadays, a lot of people walk up to me. Yeah. It doesn't mean serious dadaba, which could also apply, but it stands for Sister Deborah's brother. Because a lot of people see me now and they're like, oh wow, I want to take a picture with you. You are Sister Deborah's brother.
But you are also a whole brand.
Yeah, but they are associating me more as the brother. Okay. So I have to take advantage of that brand and start calling myself SDB. Sister Derby's bro.
Interesting. And now that you've decided to bring Sister Derby into the conversation.
I didn't decide. Yeah.
Well, you
brought
her. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about her new music with medical?
It's very bad. She She has done a bad thing. No, I'm not. No, what are you talking about? No, I enjoy it. It was a pleasant surprise for me because she didn't tell me.
Whoa.
Yes, she
Not
didn't.
even you.
I didn't know.
I thought the only one shocked.
No. I didn't know. I mean, I've been away for some time.
Yeah.
So, all I remember. Oh yeah, yeah. It was Blinks. Blinks sent me a message said he's seen a flyer going around of trophies and called the trophy and something featuring Sister Deborah. But is it true? So that I informed Deborah.
Like 2 weeks ago, or probably a week ago.
Yeah. So I forwarded the flyer to Deborah, and then she just responded with the song. So I listened to it, and I was like, "Wow, is there a video? We should shoot something." So we've already shot something. I was like, "Oh, okay."
And you were in the dark.
Yeah. Double.
It looks like she wanted it to come as a surprise.
Oh no, that's how Deborah is. Unless she needs some kind of help somewhere along the way, she does a lot of things on her own.
Very independent.
Yeah, super.
Wow.
Yeah. She doesn't like people knowing like what she's doing. Even where are you going, cry, she doesn't answer most of that. She just say I'll be back by 2 or something. She won't tell you where she's going. Yeah.
So where's Mensa now?
Mensa is sitting in his. I was going to give the whole address. He was sitting in his house in Gravesend in South London.
South London?
Yeah, we just had a Zoom right now with some people from Poland before I came here. That was my meeting before this one.
And I recently checked up on the recent collab you guys did. I think it was a long time ago, but it was recently released. Whether it was a music film, I don't know how to actually...
Oh, because of money, yeah.
Yeah, because of money.
Oh, you watched it?
I have.
Really?
I have.
Some or all?
Oh, I've watched up to, I think, more
some.
than 40 minutes.
Some. You watched
some. You guys more content or and I saw that graphic where Black Rastas ate in the toilet.
I've never seen the film, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Should I show you?
No.
That means you are aware.
No, I just don't want to see
means you are aware.
toilet.
And that actually pushes me to that question.
I don't want to see toilet.
Oh God. You guys were, in the beginning of the two, you guys actually emerged from, this public toilet.
What's the local name for public toilet?
Wanlov. This is about you. This is about you. And then I saw, you didn't even name...
Shitum.
Shitum. Yo. So that means you know what I'm talking about.
Shitum.
But
but I just know what public toilet is. Yeah.
And then it was quite interesting to see Black Rasta's name was printed on the graphic.
Oh, I have to go and watch this again to be sure. I can't recall.
You can.
Yeah.
But then I know there was an altercation between you guys.
Oh yeah, I mean we used to have some banter back in the day, so it was just part of our back and forth. Yeah, but since I chopped slap, I've stopped.
He apologized.
I'm not into turning the other cheek, so I just chopped it like that.
But he apologized about 4 days ago.
I saw online. I wonder if it was a condition for a grant or something.
No.
I'm just
Yeah, but I actually wanted to go a bit into that because many of us who were into,
born. You weren't born.
Some of us were very young then.
Pampers.
Some of us. I'm not part of them because me and my grandma.
Oh,
I'm talking for my youth, the generation. What really transpired? Because he said his story and a publication in 2013. You said you've partially forgiven him.
Partially. Maybe I was still in pain.
Oh, but now you are.
Partially, yeah. I don't remember that. That's age. I used to be petty like that, to be doing partial forgiveness.
So have you forgiven him fully?
Oh, a long time, yeah. Even the recent was a surprise to me. I was like, hey, because I've forgotten about it. Yeah.
Forgotten about it.
Yeah, for the most part.
Anyways, guys, that conversation is getting interesting. Wanlov is giving me so many interesting juicy details, but there's still more to come. Let's go for a quick commercial break, and I'll be right back. Welcome back. It's me, your girl, Doreen Abanmabaya, and I'm still here, locked down with Wanlov the Kubolor. Wanlov is actually making me giggle so much, I don't want to even get into it. Our conversation has been juicy so far. Wanlov, being in the music industry for over a decade, what difference do
For
you
just
see?
a decade.
Over a decade.
But just a decade.
But just a decade. What is the difference from then and now?
I feel the biggest difference is the access to recording spaces or equipment, or to the knowledge. Because of the internet, you can learn a lot about recording, mixing, mastering online. You can disseminate your music easier. You can get it out there in the world. You know, you can cross borders easier. So I feel like it has made it's easier for creatives to create and put out. It's just because it's easy. The trade-off is maybe the quality is dropping, the focus is a bit too thin, it's not, you know, tight. And so there's an offset to it. But the biggest thing is that artists no longer have to go into huge studios and book studio time and record and so on, which is still good depending on the kind of sound or what you want. But just on your phone, Android, iPhone, whatever phone, you can download software, pay for it, $5, $10, where you can record your vocals, you can produce beats, everything, mix, master, everything on the phone and upload it somewhere.
Without going into the studio?
Yeah.
So then and now, I'm sure you prefer now compared to before.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really recording much then. I kind of entered during the computer time. So I think I'll prefer now because, you know, like then there was like Napster, iTunes had just come. There's just a few avenues and the websites and the user interfaces were not that developed and customizable, you know. But now so many different platforms you can send your music to, and YouTube and all this stuff. So it's a better time now if you are focused and you are bent on putting out quality and like putting your spirit in what you're doing. It's a better time now, I feel.
You know, doing music, you know, your song has actually touched on a lot of topics, more of recycling. There was one I listened, rape. It's like you get so creative with your song. You think about something, you pick it, and then you write on it. You know, rape, recycling. Which other one was it? Gay activism. That takes me to that question. So, being a pro-gay activist, would you be okay, you know, to? But well, before I get into that, have you read the gay bill?
Some of it.
And I'm sure you have a fair idea of how it's actually going.
Yeah.
So far, have you ever considered, you know, that in a society that you preach morals, they should change their ways, ask for a woman for her consent, so it doesn't become like, hey, I want to sleep with you, and she says no, you force your way. I listened to your song. I've listened to all 13 tracks, and I love them.
White card, okay.
Right, white card. And in a society that morally doesn't accept gays, how are you actually doing it? Will you be okay if your child grows and say, Dad, I think I'm gay? You know?
Yeah, I think the first mistake is thinking that our society or Africans haven't accepted being queer morally. We have always had queer people among us for time immemorial. It is just the poverty now that is making people focus on disenfranchised members of the society. That's what's happening now. People, like the average Ghanaian, feels oppressed by the system and feels like, why should someone that they see as a sinner or not morally upright also dare to want rights, when the average Ghanaian themselves doesn't have any rights as a human being? You are mistreated by you know, the laws of the land, by salaries. There's so many ways that we are not getting our dues and our human rights as human beings. And so that we have found a group of people that we feel are below us, and so how dare they want to be getting the same rights as us. That's how I see the whole thing, because for me, I don't see any difference, you know, between us in humanity, sexually, physically, gender wise. I don't see why that should be any focus of any human being's, you know, situation, when we have a whole lot of real problems. And not to say that that's a problem, I don't see it as a problem at all. There's so many things going on that we turn a blind eye to. There are children being molested, abused, and this, of course, 90% will be heterosexual, you know, people that are molesting and abusing children. There's so much sickness going on, there's so much poverty, corruption. Those are the things that if we tackle, Ghana will get better. If we stopped everybody, if it's possible, even, because it's not possible, from being queer, tomorrow, which of Ghana's problems will be solved? It's not queer people that are leaving potholes on the road. It's not queer people who are making places run out of vaccines. It's not queer people who are, you know, like selling the country. They're just normal people in their places. But the government and the religious societies and so-called morally upright Ghanaians are using the queer community as a scapegoat just to divert us from them doing their real jobs.
But you know, this queer LGBTQ situation, it's not just in Ghana. You know, it's all over the world. Even in the advanced world where people think it's, you know, it's okay, there are still many people who don't support it. But then, you know, if you talk about it being some of the problems, where it being a way for the government to trample on people's rights, that I don't think I really quite agree.
It is. I mean, it's not about, I mean, I know, like, from the kind of research I've done and the societies in which people, you see, if we take America and the fact that they're taking away rights from trans people and even women who want to have abortions, these rights are being taken from them by the government because of the push of religious bodies. Not from an average non-religious person who just wants to live their life. These are the agendas of religious bodies, mostly Christian and Islamic, that want a certain kind of maiden's tale existence of life. In life, there's also always supposed to be a man, a woman, children. The woman should stay in the house. That kind of Mormon Christian existence. So if you look across the board, like around the globe, most of the developed countries, quotes unquote, but we call them developed because they've underdeveloped us by taking our resources. That's how they've advanced. Most of these countries where queer rights are being oppressed, you will notice that the forces behind it are purely religious. They just have money, they lobby in government and pay people in government to make bills to oppress, you know, queer people. And there's one group in Texas called the Western Congress of Families that are behind the bills in Uganda, Poland, Hungary, Ghana. You know, it's church bodies pushing their religious views on people, you know. And for the ministers that are here pushing this bill, it's some chop money for them. They are talking about homosexuality being a Western thing, but they are receiving Western money to fight against their own fellow citizens in this country who have done them no harm, who actually are waiting on them to do the job they signed up for, to look out for Ghanaians, fix the roads, provide water, hospital, school. They are not doing that work. They are rather coming to oppress you, a taxpayer, about your lifestyle in your bedroom, just as a distraction from doing the actual job. That's how I see it. Like, there's nothing good that's going to happen in Ghana the day after all queer people have stopped being queer or disappear.
But why are you touching more on the queer?
What do you mean?
When there's the gay, the lesbian.
That's what queer is. Queer is all the sexualities.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the sexualities then.
Queer is gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans. All that is under queer.
Under one umbrella.
Yeah.
That's
Intersex.
For those who actually don't have knowledge on what the LGBTQ LGBTQ is. You know, females being lesbians, men being gay, and you know, people saying, oh, I love this kind of person because of this kind of reason. The big umbrella is the queer. So
yeah,
One Love is talking more about queer. That's what it's about.
It's everybody. Yeah.
Now to your child.
Yeah, so even I have a daughter who is currently infatuated with another girl. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, she likes this girl. That's what her mom told me. And I asked her.
How old is she?
She's 11.
Wow.
You know, and I don't see anything wrong with that because, again, sexuality and gender, I feel, is fluid, and I feel like human beings must do what they want to do as long as it's not affecting someone else's life. You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody can tell me how a queer person is causing them problems in this country. I can tell you 10 reasons. Yeah, unless it's a queer person in government, then I can say that this person is chopping someone's money.
It looks like your support for, you know, the LGBTQ community is so strong.
What do you mean? It's just
all human beings.
Yeah, everybody's a human being. Yeah. So if I see.
You're trying to say if anybody's doing anything, it should be a heterosexual person.
No. That's not. I didn't say that. Okay, I said unless the person is in government and they are queer, then they'll say that, oh, this person is doing this bad thing because they are queer. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Like, the queerness is just a side issue. Right. Is the person a good person or a bad person? Right. So if there's a queer person being beaten outside right now okay, you shouldn't beat people in public, you should go to the police station and stuff. But if there's a queer person being prosecuted for taking part in pedophilia, there's no way I'm going to support the person because the person is a bad person for taking advantage of a child. You know, for raping a child. That's a different thing.
Okay, so what you actually stand for is, you know, leave people to live their free lives.
As long as they're not, as long as they're not bothering you.
Just leave them to.
Yeah, you know, okay. Because, and people talk about, you know, there's this fallacy that if we allow people to just be free, that they're going to be having sex on the streets outside in front of us. But heterosexual people are not, I don't see that, you know, happening to an extent, unless you go to some crazy place like Mardi Gras and the rest, where you see heterosexual people doing it. But also, the fact that they say that if they see a lot of queer people, then the children will also start becoming queer. We have watched heterosexual films and seen heterosexuality around us all our life. And still there are people who are becoming queer. So how is that, why didn't that keep everybody heterosexual up to now, you know? Why isn't everybody heterosexual because all we've been consuming so far has been heterosexual content, you know? So I don't believe in this thing that everybody's going to start becoming more gay. People will become more free, but if you're not gay, you cannot become gay. You can't.
You heard it from One Love. The plan isn't to trample on their rights, the queer rights. He wants people to be left alone to be who they want to be. And like you heard from him, he has a daughter who's 11 years old that actually is infatuated about another girl. This interesting conversation just came to an end. But then we'll be bringing you a part 2 next week. My name is Doreen Abanama Abaya. See you.
Unsung category. The nominees are DSL.
We make nice, champagne we a pop every night. Me and girl want take one big every day, cause the bad boy get a good vibe.
Chaka.
Come along again, babe, forget. When you okay now.
Nia Sean.
Everything will be okay.
Maya Blue. Aya Ramsey B.
Blue, looking at touch of the glow. Who might bless in the flow? Hey, it will probably gospel.
Boy J.
I belong to the streets. Go down, go down. I belong to the streets. So down.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the unsung acts of the year. Oh, you can do it better than that. This is the future of Ghana music. Are we excited, guys?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I mean, I'm feeling a little kind of weird. There's only one girl, but you know what? At least Maya Blue is representing. They say females first. Yes, give it up for Maya Blue. Maya, how are we feeling tonight?
Okay, great. I'm so excited. Let's switch on your... Hi, I'm back. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. I mean, it's like a dream come true to be here, and I'm the only girl.
So you're representing. Do you feel that's a weight on your shoulder?
Not at all, actually.
No?
No.
You're representing for the women, and you're encouraging more women to come on, right?
Yes, yes. And I know they are with me, so we're
That's
doing
a-
this together, right?
We love
Women,
that.
we run the world, right?
Love that energy. Let's pass it on to my gentleman in black, loving the braids, loving the swag. He goes by the name of Aya Ramsey. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Do you want to give us a little taste of what brought you into this position?
It's like that. I was like, higher to go. Why I made then I go blow. I know the networks are the glow. Too much blessings the flow. Hey, it will drop a dress store. Bad man, I'll be your target. Huh? You the set for my downfall. Calculate, I'll be your budget. It's like that. I'm Aya Ramsey.
Okay, it's okay. You're showing off now. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How did you feel when you found out you were nominated?
I feel great. I feel great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think you deserved it? You put in the
Of
work?
course, I deserve it.
All right.
And definitely, I'm going to be number one. Trust me.
Number one. He
Of
said it
course.
here. He's going to be number one. Let's pass it on to our gentleman with the blonde hair and the shades. I want to see your eyes, but I think this is part of your swag, right?
It's okay, I could show them my eyes.
You can show Ghana your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Ni Ashon, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, girl?
I'm very good, very good. What do you think has brought you to this place so far?
I believe perseverance, that spirit of never giving up, because it's been a long road. Trust me, we kept pushing when we didn't even see the light at the tunnel. And today we are here, so we only go higher from here.
What does the light at the tunnel look like?
The light at the tunnel is so bright, that's why I wear the shades.
I love
gotta
it.
hide my eyes.
Loving the attitude. Another person that has so much attitude for days and days. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Boy Jake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
The sauce is a lot.
Oh, just
And the swag is a
something
lot.
small.
It's for the ladies.
Something light.
Yes. How has the journey been getting here?
It's been amazing. First of all, getting signed to a label like Lynx Entertainment, it's a big feat for an artist like me and some other people on here as well. The journey has been incredibly strange because you don't know what is next. I woke up one day and I got a call, hey, you've been nominated for your first VGMA award, and that's just incredible for an artist like me. So yeah.
You have a voice of an angel.
Thank you.
Let Ghana hear a little bit of it.
Something must kill a man, yeah, and I don't mind if it's you. Something must kill a man, and I don't mind if it's you. Let's go.
Chris Brown, watch out.
How boy make a borrow this one, it be good one day. You know the reason why I better come here, man. Talk less, live long, yeah.
Talk less, live long. So should we just leave it at that? No more talking, no long talk. I love the vibe. Let's pass it on to DSL.
Yeah, man.
How's it going?
Great. You know,
Are we ready to take over the world?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've been working so hard for this, so yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. No darling.
Describe the process from mentor to the stage. Give me 3 words that describes it.
Great, you know. Wonderful. Amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely proud of each and every one of you. I cannot wait to see
you,
what
Sister.
you will do in the future. And of course, come May 13, 20, and 23, we're going to find out who takes the award. Thank you so much for coming.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu San Kwai, be a one ton and be a man in Kwai Baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
This is the only walkway in Ghana with a waterfall
Shows
view.
you, yes. It's a beautiful view.
Yeah.
Welcome to another exciting episode of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. We are still on our Amejope tour series, and we are doing this in collaboration with the Volta Regional Tourism Authority on their Visit Volta, Experience Volta, and Share Volta campaign. Now today we want to experience the Amejope Canopy Walkway, and to help us do this is a very learned person who will be our tour guide. We'll meet him in a bit. So join me and let's do this together. My name is Wandami Hagan. Hello. Good afternoon. How are you? Augustine Otieboa is our guide for today. He works with Help Ghana, the private entity that builds and manages the Amejope Canopy Walkway. He took us through this edition of People and Places. Before getting to the walkway, Augustine tells us some interesting facts about the forest and Amejope. We found out that Amejope is home to the Togo slippery frog. They dwell in this stream and usually come out at night. Interested tourists can book a night frog watch session with Help Ghana. For sure, I'm certain I'm going to come back here one evening for that experience. We also learned that to reserve the forest and its wildlife, Help Ghana is vigorously planting various types of trees in the bare spaces. I'm sure in a few years, all these spaces will be filled with trees.
This is where the work is.
I see that. I can see 259 steps
to the walkway. So it means it wants to see further the waterfall. The other steps that
there are more. My God.
Yes.
We are going to walk. We're going to walk down 259 steps to the walkway. Then we walk down the walkway, and then there are other staircases leading down to the waterfall. I'm sure you want to come with us, so let's just get
But before we go, we have this caution sign here that during the rainy season, our steps will be slippery. So as we go, we could see that the steps are only good. And so whilst we're doing that, I don't have to drive. We just have to go, take our time, go step by step so that we all come back safe.
Right. Okay. So we just start.
Sure.
Brace yourself for an uneven descent and climb when you decide to come here. Difficult it may be, but it's definitely worth the work. Halfway down, and our knees were literally shaking. Maybe because we came here right after climbing up and down Mount Gimme. Guys, just take a look at this. I mean, all the way from the top there. 10 minutes ago we were up there, and now we are all the way down here. You saw us climbing, down. We descended the staircase 259. And if you are doing this for the first time, your legs may be a little shaky, but it's all part of the adventure. So thankfully we are at the entrance of the walkway now, and would want Augustine to tell us a little about it before we get moving.
Okay, so before you can do the 259 steps, you need to come a step further to this side.
Okay.
So now you know that we've done the 259 steps.
Okay.
So as you can see, this is the canopy walkway. So we say canopy walkway because for every tree there are layers, and so the bridge is hanging at the canopy level. So that's why we call it the canopy walkway. Yeah. So the walkway is made up of a platform and a bridge.
Okay.
Okay. So you can find a bridge hanging in between two platforms. The platforms here, we have 4 platforms and 3 bridges.
Okay.
And so when you are tired, you can stand on one platform for a minimum of about 2 minutes, and then we continue our journey.
So the bridge is what you walk on.
Exactly.
And then the platform is where you stand before you move on to the next.
Yes, so the concrete structure we see over here
is the bridge.
No, it's a platform.
Okay.
And the bridge is what we call the walkway.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So in all, there are 3 bridges with a total length of 136 meters. So this is the longest one with 61 meters. Then the short one we have 70 meters, then 53 meters. Yeah.
Okay. And you said this was built 2 months ago.
No, it was opened 2 months ago, but it was built a year ago. The construction began last year on the 5th of January. 2022. That's when we began the entire construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many people have you had here so far? Have you had any incidents?
Yeah, so far we've had about 4,000 people visiting this facility.
Just within 2 months?
Just within 2 months,
wow.
Yes. Like, we've not had any casualty here. Now we pray that we don't have any casualty here as well.
Okay, so how safe is this?
It's very
2 months.
2 months. It's very safe, very strong. Once you step on it, you yourself will testify to that. It's very safe.
I see. What kind of materials do you use briefly? So,
of course, the concrete pillars were made up of concrete. Then with the strongest cement we have in Ghana, 42.5 R grade. And then we have metal cables, about 5 of them. So we have 2 cables at the top and 3 cables beneath. And we have one of the strongest wood in the country so far. It's called the Dahoma. It's the wood that is being used in the rural construction. As you can see how strong it is, with a cotton rope and then a cotton net.
Right, so it was built by the NGO?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's a first.
Sure.
You guys are doing amazing.
Yeah, so now let's step towards the walkway. But there's a caution here. It's a walkway and not a runway. So we don't run on it. Okay. You only walk on it. Okay. Now, of course, since it's a bridge hanging between 2 platforms, once you step on it, it will shake you. But there's no way you'll fall down because your phone will even fall down.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's safe from all sides?
It's safe.
You just have to be careful when you're walking.
Exactly. And then if you are scared of height, there's only one trick. You don't look down. Just focus. You're good to go.
Okay.
So are you ready?
I am ready.
Let's go. So these are the cotton ropes that we're using here. And then the metal cables. So there are 5 of these cables. 2 up, then 3 down.
Right.
Then we have, so you can see them from here. Then we have this wood pallet with bolts and nuts. Tighten them.
Okay.
Yeah. So come, we can go.
Okay, feels safe.
Sure. It's safe. So this bridge is the longest one.
Okay.
It's 61 meters.
51 meters.
61 meters, yes. That's the total length of this bridge.
Dorcas, you're the one shaking this bridge.
Oh, come. We are here.
Dorcas?
No, once it's hanging.
Right,
no, once it's hanging, it will shake. Ah. Yeah, so we are almost getting to where the waterfall is. Yeah. At least yesterday we had some rains, and so now the fall is coming a bit more as compared to earlier on. Yeah, yeah.
But it's more than this when it's not the dry season.
Yeah, so in the rainy season, once you're on the walkway, you can have some splash of water even falling on you. Yes, yes. So how beautiful it is. This is the only walkway in Ghana with a waterfall view. Yes.
It's a beautiful view.
Yeah.
Pan.
Yeah. It's the only walkway we have in Ghana with a beautiful waterfall view. Yeah, it's great. So once you are done with the walkway activity, you can just have to go down there, go and enjoy the waterfall as well. Okay. Do not get in this anywhere in Ghana except Amenyope.
Guys, you need to come here to experience this for yourself. You could just stand here and like soak the beauty in.
Exactly.
I think the waterfall actually makes you take your mind off the height.
Exactly. Because once you are here, there's no looking down because the water is coming from this side.
Up.
You just look up and then you are good to go. Yeah.
The way you're walking freely for me. Hey.
Yeah. So we are on the second platform. And so you can just stand here and then enjoy the forest we have over here.
On to the next. So we are on the second walkway.
Yes, this is the shortest among them, 17 meters.
Right.
Yes, so I can see you are trying not to look down.
No.
So you can come to the side.
Done and over with.
Yeah.
Number 2.
So this is the third platform. Then once you come to this side, you get a clear view of the valley.
Okay.
Yes. So
Yeah. So that's a clear view of the valley.
And still
over
a
here.
bit of the waterfall.
Yes, and so there's a second waterfall down this way. But from here down there's also very steep.
Steep.
Yes, and so this water going forms another waterfall down there. Yes. So we have the first waterfall and the second waterfall down there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So people who come here can opt to either end here at the first one,
yes,
or go down.
Or go further down.
Okay.
Yes.
The scenery is very beautiful.
Exactly.
Can imagine the kinds of animals in there.
Yeah.
You know, they have a place to stay without. that brings me to the question: Are there measures in place to ensure that this place remains safe even many years from now?
Yeah, and so once it's a forest reserve, it means that people cannot go in to either kill animals or cut trees. But of course, in every community there are deviants, and so we have what we call rangers. They are well-trained people who patrol the forest to see that there are no illegal activities going on in the forest.
Okay.
And so at times when they go and they see that there are traps in the forest, they offset the traps and bring the traps to the office.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, so day in, day out, there are people in the forest patrolling, just make sure that people don't encroach or do any kind of illegal activities in the reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I see a community up there. Which place is that?
So far up there is Logbatuta. But before then, you can see one building over there. That's a school belonging to Bajeme community. So that's their junior high school.
Okay.
Yeah. So from here, we see Bajeme. We also see Logbatuta up there. Yeah.
Okay, so we are moving to the last bridge.
The last bridge,
and
then the last platform. So the third bridge, and then the fourth platform. Oh, yes.
Let's finish high.
Yeah, sure. This one's not good. Let's see.
Once you do the first, second, you get more comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. So we are gradually getting to the end of the last bridge. Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is the longest, the second is the shortest, and this is in between.
Yes, so this one has a total length of 53 meters.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yay!
So finally,
we made it.
Yes.
I'm sure even if you have a terrible fear of heights, you can still try this. Just make sure you don't look down. But it's comfortable and it's strong. So you should try coming around. Just admire all of this. Heights indeed are not for everybody, and our videographer Sandra did make this very clear when we got to this walkway. This was her begging to return after taking about 4 steps away from the platform and onto the first bridge on the Amejope walkway after we convinced her to try to get a few photos. And oh my God, it was a sight to behold. We just finished up at the Amejofe canopy walkway, and it was a beautiful experience, especially at the portion where the waterfalls is. Yeah. You could just stand there all day, you know, taking in the beauty. It's really nice. It's a beautiful experience. You should try and experience it for yourself. So that's how we wrap up the walk through the Amejofe walkway. There's more because we are now going down to experience all about the waterfalls. So you see that in our subsequent episodes. But until then, I did this together with Augustine Otiyeboa. Thank you so much for your time. And we will see you next time. My name is Wandami Hagan, and this is People and Places.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance. Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
So I want to understand something. Three of you co-founded the group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, what monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair idea.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we started this together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person, you know. As to how we split, you know, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed
Dance God more?
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. he's the one I started managing, because you know what I mean, he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, you know. Like, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, you know, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, you know. I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, you know. So that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said,
so wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yeah, so at a point,
full-time on dance.
At a point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go, you know. I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Like, not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to, like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like, everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out and then deciding to take that career path.
Osei Akoto, who was not just a member of parliament, but was also appointed a deputy minister of finance and economy, and later he became a minister of state at the Ministry of Finance and Economy, and he really distinguished himself both the ministry and the Parliament of Ghana. Before even joining politics, he was a known face, very active civil society leader who worked in the then very vibrant economic NGO. They did a lot of work, finance and planning for this country. I really am sad when I heard that Honorable Dr. Anthony Okutu Osei, a former member of Parliament for Old Tafo, passed away just yesterday. I think it's proper we observe a minute silence for his soul. Please, could we observe a minute silence now? May the soul of the late Honorable Dr. Anthony Kutu Osei and the souls of all faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Commendable as it is, the solution lies at 2 levels. 1, the board. And Mr. Speaker, thanks to Professor Okwe, as first and second deputy speaker, you sit in the expanded board of the parliamentary service. This is a matter the board must give adequate attention in terms of resource allocation to the various departments of parliament to function well. But Mr. Speaker, let me focus whilst quoting here the invaluable role the Hansard departments plays. And Mr. Speaker, rather disappointingly, this House and members of Parliament have not even helped themselves nor helped the Hansard department. The official report of Parliament and Hansard ordinarily should be an important academic reference document, not just a reference document for members of Parliament for what we say and what we seek to deny in the future. It is also an accountable document. When I say accountable document, the available leader, Whip, when he was in opposition, said many sweet things, including what will attract voters to vote for his party. The answer is a record check of accountability for him. And the things that he said, things he prefers to do, that he is unable to do, which amounts to a betrayal of the public trust. So, Mr. Speaker, we just finished the debate on State of the Nation address. The other time, we finished debate on the budget. Members of Parliament don't do any good research, including me, Mr. Speaker, including me. That's why I said, rather disappointingly, when we're debating State of the Nation address, all we all said conveniently, and the President said, that we quote a few words and say, hail him. What have you said? If the President said, for instance, I didn't borrow recklessly, I expected that we will prove whether he borrowed recklessly or not. Research can show. Mr. Speaker, another positive for Professor Okwe. So you know that during those days, anytime you made reference to an academic document or report, he will recognize you and listen with you with apt silence, recognizing that the Hansard. Today, Mr. Speaker, MPs walk away. We say anything, even correction, thanks to the Honorable Okujeto and Dr. Nyako. How many of us pay attention when it comes to correction of the official report? Mr. Speaker, some of the bounded copies that I look back between 2005 and 2008, I've seen worrying mistakes in them in terms of spelling of words. Sometimes a particular word, like contract, is spelled wrongly, construction, and is repeated. So Hansard, yes, you will get adequate resources, but also your ears here, we need it. How can you spell construction correctly in an answer to a question by a minister, and then the same minute, the same construction word, you spell it wrongly? Like the other time when we were correcting votes, geophysical, you hyphenated it in one instance, and then in another instance, not hyphenated. That's Hansard. So there are some human errors, avoidable human errors. We are urging the Hansard department. So head of table, we know you are doing well. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the Parliamentary Service Board, as you recall, you were part of the meeting both in Senchi and elsewhere, have given approval for the deployment of broadband internet within the presence of Parliament. So I understand that Tech Centrum must be here to commence work. So at least this is commendable of the Parliamentary Service Board headed by Alban Sman Efagbin, the Speaker of Parliament.
Joe. Joe. Pino. Skillful.
Now, oh, me.
Back canocre. Susu sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. With this time, this is Gakofino. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to today's edition of Sports Debate on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Emmanuel Enin. Today's edition promises to be an exciting one, and today we are discussing between Didier Drogba, Asamoah Gyan and Samuel Eto'o. Who are you going to start, bench or sell among the three players? Let me know in the comment section as I interact with some Ghanaians to gather their views on the topic on board. So we have our first guest on the show, and I'm going to interact with them. Between Didier Drogba, Samuel Eto'o and Asamoah Gyan, who are they going to start, put on the bench and then sell from the topic at hand? Bosu, Yamao Asamoah Gyan, Samuel Eto'o, Didier Drogba. Why not? Yakase we coach. Fane start here, I wouldn't best start. Fane tena bench, I wouldn't bet tena bench. Now if you want to back, why not beton? Omomiensan.
They did cancel made a TV station. We said, Mona, my I'm a man saying that who's sad and side in European. They did a friend to go, I'm a walla pass. na me die me ma fam die if you say we say ade wo fie ye me ma fa Samuel Jan so nkobo ana mo say oye Ghana ni no me to me enton no the me ton no bia Droba na say friends eto me dey eto better bench I be dey we better bench Droba better bench
the other now beton Samuel
say no me fa say ono no abobo ko nanim bebre ona me ton a menye sika ewom eno ntina me ton no yes anka me ton no
boss oti unu no so no de obema Samuel Jan abo no the Drogba tena bench no aton Samuel to o de no be any say
Osha in terms of football career no first Samuel to wabbo akwachire we are in the profile with the Barcelona okobo ya in the Champions League na go king maybe it's part of it but for me career omo nipa miensa ni na me hu se Samuel to obi or standing tall until I think say me no as a Ghanaian no I prefer say Kasamoto no mu na adwom na so akba sta me na bo na nka bia maton Droba na me de Asamoji at na bench for me no sana ka metumi I decided say me here because o show omu in terms of football career na Samoto stand tall as you see as on cross as a president our association I think we are going to pa as Africa
na dey tin abeton Droba
dey tin abeton Droba ne say Droba no o share in terms of the ball though obeyade but for me as a Ghanaian dey me decide say ka Asamoja betina because Samuel Otone Asamoja o share in terms of omoyi na eto e was soro but Asamoja you be a dumre bi na ye ka say football in the world obi oji paper Asamoja into that's why as a Ghanaian me prefer Asamoja betina bench na ma use some to face na ma ton Dide Droba manako
na team be na support
me support Toko
so according to him he will start Samuel to put Samuel Jan on the bench and then sell Dide Drogba but so also the anomiansa no be hye ne say
oh okay me momu de sa 3 prayers no se o show mu nyina modern bo a mefa Dide Droba mana start amame na mama Samuel Eto atna bench na maton Samuel Jan in terms of business no obia o to prayer and so obebo ama o team no apeja ema osika any supporters so sa 3 prayers ne there memfa Samuel Jan emeyehwe wo in terms of business so I prefer to sell Samuel Jan than Eto and Dide Droba.
Drogba mum na best start.
Yeah, me the Droba best started then I'll bench the Samuel Eto. Na maton Samuel Jan. Kra.
Okay. Yeah. So he believes that Dide Drogba will help his team. So he will start Dide Drogba, put Samuel Eto on the bench, and then sell Samuel Jan. So it's been an interesting view so far, interacting some Ghanaians on pick one or start one, bench one, and then sell one episode on GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Boss, Yamao, we a coach, Yamao Samuel Jan, Dide Drogba, and Samuel Eto. Why now Betono? Why not the best at 2 matches? Why not the best on a bench?
3 players in the Serbia 2 top na Bopa. Okay. But the Drogba best started first game. But my cast meton obia. Meton Samuel Eto. But me the Drogba best started. Now me the Samuel Jan at bench.
I don't know beton Samuel Eto.
Samuel Eto boom there. Born obo. But if you go na babana chance of scoring fast and I is slow saying Drogba dey buy a pa obit match fast crossing Eto. Samuel Jan see obi a no so no turn na so onya obit match fast as Eto.
So he believes that Dide Drogba and Samuel Jan are better goal scorers than Samuel Eto. That is why he will sell Samuel Eto, leave Samuel Jan on the bench and then start Dide Drogba. But who they are no best say?
Me the remember Samuel Jan started. Oh, never my
Drogba.
Dem aton Drogba.
Drogba ni Asamoah also beton Drogba. Didn't you beton Drogba?
Me feeling style of play.
Okay. So he, as a coach, he will start Samuel Eto'o, leave Asamoah on the bench, and then sell Didier Drogba. He believes that Didier Drogba's style of striking, it doesn't fit his team, so he will let Didier Drogba go. All the players mean Asamoah, Samuel Eto'o, Didier Drogba. What are you saying?
Asamoah, Samuel Eto'o, Didier Drogba. Oh, me must start Asamoah. Asamoah is striker be our home. So what Jiba or Besho. On through defenders be me meton Eto'o. Oh, Drogba on Bobo. But I didn't better because on my Asamoah on Bobo. Papa no nim bobo ntimi kasa me dia Asamoah ekotena be ncha asame koton no Asamoah striker bia ball ne to ne bo a defender bia nko nchen so ati ase ntimi meton Eto'o Drogba betra be nti na Asamoah start Eto'o dia ni feeling no kula okay feeling no kula.
So he prefers to start Asamoah, leave Didier Drogba on the bench, and then sell Samuel Eto'o because Samuel Eto'o, his style of play doesn't suit his team. So that's how he will arrange his. So today on the Start One, Bench One, Sell One edition on GhanaWeb Sports Debate, here is where we draw the curtains. Catch you next time on the next episode. My name is Emmanuel Enim.
Commendable as it is, the solution lies at two levels. One, the board. And Mr. Speaker, thanks to Professor Okwe, as first and second deputy speaker, you sit in the expanded board of the parliamentary service. This is a matter the board must give adequate attention in terms of resource allocation to the various departments of parliament to function well. But Mr. Speaker, let me focus whilst quoting here the invaluable role the Hansard departments plays. And Mr. Speaker, rather disappointingly, this House and members of Parliament have not even helped themselves nor helped the Hansard department. The official report of Parliament and Hansard ordinarily should be an important academic reference document. Not just a reference document for members of Parliament for what we say and what we seek to deny in the future. It is also an accountable document. When I say accountable document, the available leader, Whip, when he was in opposition, said many sweet things, including what will attract voters to vote for his party. The answer is a record check of accountability for him. And the things that he said, things he prefers to do, that he is unable to do, which amounts to a betrayal of the public trust. So, Mr. Speaker, we just finished the debate on State of the Nation address. The other time, we finished debate on the budget. Members of Parliament don't do any good research, including me, Mr. Speaker, including me. That's why I said, rather disappointingly, when we're debating State of the Nation address, all we all said conveniently, and the President said, then we quote a few words and say, hail him. What have you said? If the President said, for instance, I didn't borrow recklessly, I expected that we will prove whether he borrowed recklessly or not. Research can show. Mr. Speaker, another positive for Professor Okwe. So you know that during those days, anytime you made reference to an academic document or report, he will recognize you and listen with you with apt silence, recognizing that the Hansard. Today, Mr. Speaker, MPs walk away. We say anything, even correction, thanks to the Honorable Okujeto and Dr. Nyako. How many of us pay attention when it comes to correction of the official report? Mr. Speaker, some of the bounded copies that I look back between 2005 and 2008, I've seen worrying mistakes in them in terms of spelling of words. Sometimes a particular word, like contract, is spelled wrongly, construction, and is repeated. So Hansard, yes, you will get adequate resources, but also your ears here, we need it. How can you spell construction correctly in an answer to a question by a minister, and then the same minute, the same construction word, you spell it wrongly? Like the other time when we were correcting votes, geophysical, you hyphenated it in one instance, and then in another instance, not hyphenated. That's Hansard. So there are some human errors, avoidable human errors. We are urging the Hansard department. So head of table, we know you are doing well. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the Parliamentary Service Board, as you recall, you were part of the meeting both in Senchi and elsewhere, have given approval for the deployment of broadband internet within the presence of Parliament. So I understand that Tech Centrum must be here to commence work. So at least this is commendable of the Parliamentary Service Board headed by Alban Sman and Bagbin, the Speaker of Parliament.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan Tennessee. And let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK.
For this critical national event on the state of our nation. A couple of weeks ago, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo presented a message on the state of the nation to Parliament as required by Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. In that address, the President desperately attempted to put up an upbeat spin on a truly dismal national situation. However, even before he stepped up to fulfill that constitutional duty, all Ghanaians were fully aware that the state of our nation is hopeless. Ladies and gentlemen, hopelessness, recklessness, corruption, and leadership paralysis define the current state of our nation. In Ghana today, childhood vaccines are in short supply, leading to a measles outbreak. False claims by the president of a global shortage have been exposed as Nigeria had excess vaccines to come to the rescue of Ghana's babies. We are going through a draconian debt restructuring program for the first time in our entire history, thanks to the monumental mismanagement of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government. Pensioner bondholders have had to engage in a historic public manifestation as they picketed at the Ministry of Finance. Cruel financial haircuts, never before imagined, have become a normalized feature of this reckless regime. All credit rating agencies have declared Ghana junk and bankrupt. Ghana has, for the first time in more than half a century, defaulted in its debt obligations. Youth unemployment is at an all-time high, according to the 2020 Population and Housing Census. Many businesses, banks, and industries have collapsed, and some have relocated to other countries in the sub-region. There have been massive job losses as a result. The Bank of Ghana has gone rogue and become a lawless money printing syndicate. Corruption has reached epidemic levels as epitomized by the special COVID-19 audit, which was an IMF bailout precondition. The president refuses to cut down the size of his bloated government. Human rights violations are on the ascendancy, with the recent condemnable killing of a soldier and the unfortunate brutalities in Ashaman, all of which President Akufo-Addo, as Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, refused to speak about. We have a visionless, reckless, clueless, and wasteful government that has become impervious to advice and will attack anyone who dares to advise them, including members of the diplomatic community. We have a president who desecrates the holy name of God by claiming to be building a cathedral to honor God, only to engage in dishonorable acts of diversion, corruption, inflationary pricing, and conflict of interest, which has earned Ghana the dubious reputation of digging the world's most expensive pit, worth over 58 million United States dollars. My brothers and sisters, we are all living the reality of the worst economic crisis in our nation's history, and there can be no denying of this. The president's address only served to deepen the anxiety, hopelessness, and uncertainty about the future of our country. It was all too clear that this government is grappling with the extent of the crisis they have created, let alone figure out what to do to bring us out of the mess. President Akufo-Addo failed to convince the Ghanaian people that there is any end in sight to the suffering and pain that his government's recklessness and misguided policies have brought on us. In the end, he cut an image of a leader who is hopelessly out of touch with the reality and genuine difficulties of his people. A president who believes that burying himself in a delusional bubble will make the problems vanish. Even worse was the continuation of the discredited attempt to evade responsibility for the economic atrocities that have led us to this depressing point. While they engage in vain glory, Ghanaians have to deal with the daily consequences of a collapsed economy. And brothers and sisters, the true state of our nation is well known to all of us. As the legendary Bob Marley noted in one of his songs, "He who feels it knows it best." There has, however, been an effort by this administration to falsify the causes of the disaster we face while fleeing from responsibility. We in the NDC, the only viable alternative to this government, deem it necessary to straighten the records and expose the untruths presented to the nation through Parliament by President Akufo-Addo, and to highlight that our desired state is self-inflicted and deliberately so by this government. We are certain in our minds, and believe same to be true for all objective minds, that Ghanaians are experiencing excruciating hardship because the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia MPP government has offered utterly useless and reckless governance in the last 7 years. They have shown no restraint in the level of recklessness in governance. My brothers and sisters, today, the public debt stock, which stood at 120 billion cedis in 2016, has increased to a whopping 600 billion cedis, while the debt to GDP ratio, that was 56% in 2016, now stands at 103%. It must be underscored that the president and his economic management or mismanagement team actively colluded with the Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, for the latter to benefit directly from these borrowings through numerous transaction fees, schemes, and scams from the bonds that Ghana issued. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have a look at the table that will shortly be shown on your screens. My brothers and sisters, despite being the luckiest and most resource government in Ghana's history, the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia MPP government has the least to show in terms of socio-economic development. This is because the MPP has used all your money mainly for consumption. This is contrary to the president's claim that his government has used large amounts of the monies we borrowed on roads and construction. The president knows he deliberately misled Ghanaians with this claim because he's aware that only a minute amount of the overall resource envelope that has accrued to his government since 2017 has been used for the construction and rehabilitation of roads in this country. The truth is that only an abysmal 1.6% of the total resource envelope of 820 billion Ghana cedis has been spent on roads by this government. Official government of Ghana records show that a whopping 93% of the 820 billion Ghana cedis has been spent on consumption, including Akufo-Addo's 20,000 euros an hour luxurious private jet travels across the world, hired over several months at the expense of the taxpayer. It is a tragedy that the president will classify routine minor road repairs such as resealing, reshaping, pothole filling, regraveling, and even the silting of gutters as new road construction. The claim that this government has constructed over 11,000 kilometers of new roads is false and should be completely disregarded. The president should hang his head in shame. Apart from the unsustainable debt of the country, the budget deficit, which stood at 6.1% in 2016, now stands at a whopping 12% under the watch of the Bawumia-led economic management team. This is after it rose to an unprecedented high of 15.7% in 2020, owing to the reckless election-driven spending of the government. Per government's own figures, the rate of inflation, which stood at 15.4% as of December 2016, now stands at a hyper rate of 52% and rising. The lending rate that stood at 25% on average in the year 2016 now stands between 38% and 45%. whilst exchange rate depreciation that stood at 9.6% for the year 2016 now stands at 23% for the first 2 months of this year alone. This is after the cedi depreciated by over 54% in the first 11 months of last year, 2022, making it the worst performing currency in the world. From a stable credit rating of B- in 2016 under the NDC Mahama administration, Ghana's economy has been downgraded by all credit rating agencies to below junk status, owing largely to the country's default on its debt obligations, again under the watch of Dr. Bawumia. After supervising an increase in the rate of unemployment from 8.4% as at 2016 to 14% in 2021, the Bawumia-led economic management team has now placed a total freeze on public sector employment. Their much-touted You Start program that was supposed to be a $1 billion investment in youth startups to create jobs has also turned out to be another spectacular scam. These debilitating conditions, in addition to high tax payments, high import duties, and the draconian debt restructuring program of government, are suffocating the private sector, leading to the collapse of many businesses and loss of jobs, such that 5 foreign construction firms, namely Contractor, Sino Hydro, Rolida, Amandi, and Via Build, who are working on various foreign-funded projects in the country, have laid off thousands of Ghanaian workers in the last few months. Ladies and gentlemen, the destruction of the economy by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government permeates every sector of the nation. For instance, growth rate of the agricultural sector has seen a decline from 2.7% in 2016 to 0.7% in 2022. And I would say this is the harvest from the Planting for Food and Jobs program, which has received billions of taxpayer and donor funds. Similarly, the growth rate for the manufacturing sector has also declined from 7.9% in 2016 to 4.5% in 2022, thereby calling into question the impact of the much vaunted 1D, 1F program. Further, the growth rate for the construction sector has also declined from 8.4% in 2016 to 4.2% in 2022, despite government's claim about borrowing to build roads and other infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the true state of our nation. It is evidence for all to see that boastful and lofty rhetoric is not the same as competence. Quite to the contrary, with the MPP, empty sloganeering is their way to hide their lack of appreciation of substantive issues. Never again, and hopefully so, should Ghanaians permit themselves to be tormented by a group of boastful persons who feel self-entitled to misgovern. Let us not underrate what it means for our collective sanity when a president has an uncomfortable relationship with the truth, constantly shifts blame to others, and conveniently avoid difficult topics. My brothers and sisters, whereas the president asserts, maybe because of the severity of the present difficulties, or maybe because it suits their preconceived agenda, some people are unwilling to accept that we are on a good trajectory until the arrival of COVID-19. Nothing could be further from the truth. Ghanaians want relief from the socio-economic pain and hardship visited on them by the MPP administration and not flimsy excuses. Ghanaians want a government that will be truthful, even in difficult times, and listen to them in humility. Incontrovertible facts show that Ghana's economy showed signs of serious challenges even before COVID-19 struck, a point that was made by the country director of the World Bank, Mr. Pierre Laporte. For instance, way before the first case of COVID-19 was recorded in Ghana in March 2020, the public debt had increased from 120 billion in 2016 to 225 billion in 2019, representing an increase of 105 billion in the country's debt stock. COVID was nowhere. Ukraine and Russia had not even thought about fighting. Our debt to GDP ratio had increased from 56% in 2016 to about 70% in 2019. That is including the ESLA, Dachi, and other hidden debts. Before COVID-19, the debt servicing amount had increased from 11 billion in 2016 to 37 billion in 2019 and constituted 91% of tax revenue. There was no COVID, no Ukraine and Russia, and the Queen was still alive, and no earthquake in Turkey. Also, the budget deficit had exceeded the legally acceptable threshold of 5% and had hit 7.5% in 2018 and 7% in 2019. There was no COVID. Again, before COVID-19, the Ghana cedi in 2019 was plummeting in double digits, leading to the setting up of a 40-member committee by the government to investigate the causes of the alarming depreciation of the national currency. Surprisingly, the committee excluded the chairman of the economic management team, a move described by many analysts as a vote of no confidence in the competence of His Excellency Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia by his own government. In fact, per paragraph 61 of this government's own 2020 mid-year budget review statement, and I beg to quote, in the year to December 2019, the Ghana cedi cumulative depreciated by 12.9% against the US dollar, compared with 8.4% depreciation in 2018. Against the British pound and euro, the Ghana cedi cumulatively depreciated by 15.7% and 12% respectively, compared with 3.3% and 3.9% over the same period in 2018, unquote. Far from being the cause of economic collapse, COVID-19, in fact, brought the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government an unprecedented windfall of about 30 billion Ghana cedis to manage and mitigate the impact of the pandemic. Unfortunately, this was largely wasted on election-related expenses. This amount excludes proceeds from the obnoxious COVID-19 levy, which Ghanaians continue to pay till date. My brothers and sisters, according to the Auditor General, only 11.7% of this amount was spent on government COVID-19, with the remainder of about 18 billion being channeled into so-called budget support. There is no gainsaying the fact that the coronavirus pandemic affected all countries in the world, including our next-door neighbors, Benin, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. Whereas these countries manage their resources prudently, thereby recording deficits below 8% and debt-to-GDP ratios of below 65%, the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government borrowed excessively and spent recklessly for election purposes, thereby recording a disastrous deficit of 15.7% and a debt-to-GDP ratio of about 80% in 2020. It is instructive to note that in the year 2020, when COVID was at its peak, all our neighbors recorded a budget deficit of less than 8%. Burkina Faso recorded a deficit of 5.7%. Cote d'Ivoire recorded a deficit of 5.6%. Nigeria recorded a deficit of 5.8%, and Senegal recorded a deficit of 6.4%. But Ghana alone recorded a deficit of 15.7% because of the reckless election-driven expenses and wastage the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia NPP government engaged in. My brothers and sisters, did COVID-19 affect Ghana any more than it did to our neighbors? How come none of these countries who were all affected by the pandemic are recording double-digit deficits and high debt-to-GDP ratio of over 100%? How come none of these countries are recording inflation rates of over 50% like Ghana? How come none of this has defaulted on their debt repayments? How can none of them has been downgraded to junk status and have been locked out of the international capital market? How come none of these countries are going through a domestic debt restructuring? How come none of these countries are visiting cruel financial haircuts on their citizens, including pensioners? How come none of these countries are experiencing childhood vaccine shortages? To paraphrase Dr. Bawumia, how did COVID-19 jump over Nigeria, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and other neighbors of ours to attack and destroy only Ghana's economy? Ladies and gentlemen, the truth of the matter is that the economic mess we have on our hands has largely been brought about by the reckless spending, excessive borrowing, and crash economic mismanagement by the Bawumia-led economic management team, and not any external factors as government will have us believe. The last thing that is required in time of crisis is a leader whose words ring hollow and who cannot be trusted. In truth, Akufo-Addo has proven Stephen Levinsky right when he wrote in his famous book, How Democracies Die. And this was what he said. Quote, "For a demagogue who feels besieged by critics and shackled by democratic institutions, crisis open a window of opportunity to silence critics and weaken rivals. Indeed, elected autocrats often need crisis. External threats offer them a chance to break free, both swiftly and very often legally," unquote. During this crisis, Nothing the president says can be believed because everything he has said has proven to be untrue. Ghanaians have come to realize that the claim by the president that he knew how to revive a dead economy was a scam. Quote, "We are a proud nation. We are not going to IMF," was a scam. "There will be no haircuts," was a scam. The promise to build 88 district hospitals within a year was a scam. Agenda 111 project was a scam. The promise to abolish road tolls was a scam. The promise to convert toll booths into modern, ultra-modern public toilets on our highways was a scam. The claim that there was a global shortage of childhood vaccines was a scam. No state funds will finance the National Cathedral was a scam, designed to fleece the state by the likes of Reverend Victor Kusi-Boateng or Kwabena Adu-Gyamfi, whichever sounds better to you, David Ajayi, and Kerry Summers. Ladies and gentlemen, another deliberate falsehood peddled by the president in his infamous address was the claim that his government has constructed more NCA licensed fiber optic cables than any other government in the Fourth Republic. We submit that the total of 93% of fiber optic cables the president claimed credit for constitute the greatest telecom scam ever. At least the MPP must give credit to the NDC for providing the 900-kilometer Eastern Corridor fiber optic network running from Ho to Boku with a link from Yendi to Tamale and an extension to the campus of the University of Health and Allied Sciences. The 300-kilometer Accra-Tema Metro fiber, the wireless broadband of 119 4G LTE base station to power the Gota phone system. And let me add, the Ministry of Communication, the National Data Center, the Accra Digital Center, and the National Communications Authority are all housed by NDC constructed edifices. When a president constantly shows such blatant dishonesty, it crashes the accountability mechanism. My brothers and sisters, let me now turn to another very important topic, corruption. President Akufo-Addo's silence on corruption in his infamous address was very loud. It was as loud as his guilt. Evidently, corruption has defeated his family and friends' government. Instead of confronting this canker head-on, President Akufo-Addo has constituted himself into a corruption clearing agent, ever willing to whitewash himself and any of his appointees who dabble in corruption, even before investigative processes commence. The president's action and complicity have emboldened many of his officials, not least his vice president, Alhaji Bawumia, whose name has come up in multiple corruption scandals, such as the PDS scandal, the shady gold for oil deal, the stolen rice scandal, and the famous appearance fee scandal. And brothers and sisters, President Akufo-Addo's misguided declaration that Nothing dishonorable was done with the COVID funds. Adds to the litany of failed attempts to conceal the rot that has left many scandalized, following the publication of the special audit report in COVID-19 funds by the Auditor General of Ghana. First, it was the Attorney General pretending to take umbrage to the publication of the report. Then comes the Chief Corruption Clearing Agent himself, even before the said report is considered by Parliament. How does President Akufo-Addo reasonably expect Ghanaians to accept as honorable the Auditor General's finding that COVID-19 related payments totaling more than 543 million Ghana cedis were made to various service providers outside of the Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System in clear violation of Regulation 61 of the Public Financial Management Regulation 2019 LI 2378. How? How about the Auditor General's finding that medical equipment valued at nearly 250,000 United States dollars, which were procured with COVID funds and subsequently issued to some specific health facilities, did not reach these health facilities? How? Mr. President, I put it to you that there is everything dishonorable with the finding by the Auditor General that a company known as Modern Security Printers Limited, which was awarded a contract to conduct public education on COVID-19 safety protocols for students at an outrageous cost of 1.5 million Ghana cedis, has been paid in full for no work done. I further put it to you, Mr. President, that there is everything dishonorable with the damning finding by the Auditor General that cash payments totaling almost 12 million Ghana cedis to caterers who provided hot meals during the 3 weeks of partial lockdown were all retired with honor certificates instead of receipts, and that other COVID-19 related payments to caterers totaling 5.6 million Ghana cedis were neither backed by receipts nor honor certificates. Again, I put it to you, Mr. President, that the government management of COVID-19 funds cannot be said to be honorable when the Auditor General could not verify bills and validate dubious payments amounting to 37.6 million Ghana cedis by the Minister of Finance to NGOs and private individual water provided for the provision of so-called free water. Also, it is dishonorable for officials of the Kwajo Opong Nkrumah-led Ministry of Information to line their pockets with COVID funds under the guise of risk allowances meant for frontline health workers. It is the height of cruelty for funds which were meant to save lives during a public health crisis to have been looted and misappropriated in this bizarre manner. Brothers and sisters, despite the desperate attempt by the Chief Corruption Clearing Agent to sweep these serious crimes under the carpet, one thing which will tarry for ages to come is how the COVID-19 pandemic became a corruption bonanza and a milking cow for President Akufo-Addo and his officials to cream state resources in the most obscene manner. It should come as little surprise, therefore, that the President has become a clearing agent who actually rewards unscrupulous members of his government with national awards. Instead of the President sacking the serially incompetent Minister for Health, Kwaku Agyeman-Manu, he decided to confer national honors on the minister's corruption and included even more corrupt appointees and companies to desecrate the revered national award ceremony. Dr. Nkrumah established this national award scheme with the view to honoring people and institutions that have distinguished themselves in service and sacrifice to propel Ghana's growth and development. Mr. President, our nation's founder Kwame Nkrumah did not intend for the national award scheme to honor criminality by cleverly sprinkling and sandwiching a few meritorious awardees among nation wreckers. This year's awards and the inclusion of these shady characters, some of whom are under parliamentary inquiry, can at best be viewed as part of the systemic denigration of our statehood. And I'm happy that some decent awardees never participated in such a scheme. It also reveals the weakened and depraved state of our nation. A nation where those who scrutinize government dubious expenditures are chased out of office as auditor generals, the Domelevos of this world. A nation where journalists who unearth corruption are harassed, intimidated, and sometimes murdered, the Ahmed Swalis of this world. A nation where members of parliament who diligently carry out their constitutional mandate of oversight and expose crimes are persecuted. Samuel Okujeto, Ablakwas, and Atoforsons of this world. And a nation where those who fight corruption are fought back and are even described as terrorists by the courts. The Anas Arimeyao Anas of this world. On this note, let me urge Ghanaians and the diplomatic community not to be intimidated by the president's unprecedented attack on the German ambassador during his message on the state of the nation in Parliament. We urge all true Democrats to join hands with the National Democratic Congress to resist the suppression of free speech by the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia MPP government. And brothers and sisters, another example of the corrupt schemes under this government is the Gensha energy deal, which is stifling the Ghana Gas Company and may end up collapsing this monumental NDC legacy project. Under this corrupt deal, the government has decided to allow persons known to be affiliated to the MPP to build a private gas plant so GMPC can sell natural gas from our oil fields to them at 1/3 the price at which they sell to Ghana Gas, which is state-owned. The whole idea is to cream off hundreds of millions of dollars in unreasonable and supernormal profit into the pockets of the greedy MPP cronies. As chairman of the NDC, I wish to serve notice that we will vigorously oppose this glaring theft of national resources for private gain. Ladies and gentlemen, the NDC believes institutions must work and the standards must even be higher for independent constitutional bodies that are legally clothed with independence to work independently. This is why we in NDC maintain that the Electoral Commission must abandon its intransigence and listen to wise counsel in order to save Ghana's democracy. Why would the EC insist on making the Ghana card the sole document for registration of voters when the National Identity Registration Law allows for the guarantor system as an identification mechanism? Why? In the interest of our democracy and development, a Jim Manson-led EC should for once agree with the opposition NDC, civil society organizations, and other well-meaning Ghanaians, including the Venerable Dr. Kwadwo Afarijan, Ghana's longest-serving former chairman of the Electoral Commission and foremost authority on electoral issues, who insists that the guarantor system must be maintained in our electoral system. My brothers and sisters, another reason for Ghana's economic collapse is the expenditure on the bloated size of government. As has been revealed by our hard-working members of parliament, between January and September of 2022, the Akufo-Addo presidency wasted the taxpayers' money as follows. The president's operational enhancement expenditure, whatever that means, cost the suffering Ghanaian taxpayer a mind-boggling 59.4 million Ghana cedis. The fuel bills at the president alone cost the taxpayer 51.1 million Ghana cedis. President Akufo-Addo's regional tours last year cost 16.9 million Ghana cedis. Ties and batteries for official vehicles at the presidency alone cost Ghanaians 15 million Ghana cedis. A cabinet retreat, cabinet meeting outside Accra, cost the taxpayer a colossal 4.8 million Ghana cedis. Payment for new vehicles cost the suffering Ghanaian taxpayer 6.5 million, after Nana Addo had declared that they will not purchase any new vehicles. Payment for networking and ICT equipment cost the Ghanaian taxpayer 6.6 million Ghana cedis. An amount of 10.4 million was spent on the Independence Day celebration in Cape Coast. 10 million for Independence Day celebration. An amount of 4 million was spent by the Vice President on so-called emergency activities. Whatever that means, nobody knows. Telecommunications and internet services from January to September alone cost the suffering Ghanaian taxpayer a shocking 20 million cedis. And last but not the least, furniture, expenditure on office furniture and fittings cost 7 million. Further evidence of the waste of scarce resources can be seen in the many needless political appointees at the presidency. In the midst of the worst economic crisis in living memory, the president continues to make ridiculous and superfluous appointments at the presidency, such as the following. Youth Ambassador for Diaspora Affairs. Policy Associate. Chief Executive of Public Sector Reforms. Overseer of the National Cathedral. Church Relations Manager. Diaspora Church Mobilization Officer. Policy and Coordinator Analyst. Focal Person, La Francophonie. Technical Director, La Francophonie. Coordinator, Special Development Initiative Secretariat. Director of Special Projects. Manager of Operations and Programs. 5 Technical Communication Assistants. Technical Advisor, Zongo Development Authority. 2 Technical Advisors, Special Development Initiative Secretariat. Technical advisor, political affairs. Presidential staffer, NAPCO. Office Management Executive Associate. Technical Director to the Presidential Advisor on Media. And Data Manager. Enough of this disaster of a government that continues to waste the already battered public purse with reckless abandon. We demand an immediate dismissal of these redundant hangers-on at the presidency. In this regard, we wish to advise the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia MPP government to consider the detailed alternative policy proposals put out by former President John Dramani Mahama in his famous address to the nation on building the Ghana we want, which was delivered in this very auditorium on 27th October 2022. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we in the NDC love our dear nation, Ghana. We shall neither prize partisan politics above policy, nor personal interests above patriotism. Therefore, we shall continue to engage our members of parliament, civil society organizations, religious organizations, organized labor, and all stakeholders to fashion out a viable and sustainable alternative strategy to save Ghana's economy and democracy. Saving our economy also means saving our democracy. So we expect the president to drastically cut down the size of his government to signal a new beginning. We further expect the government to be tolerant to dissent, heed the calls for implementation of the Constitutional Review Committee recommendations, eschew profligacy, desist from nepotism and corruption, sanction corrupt officials, and be honest about the true state of the nation. My brothers and sisters, it is obvious that President Akufo-Addo, who continues to reveal in the largesse of high office, does not appreciate the present-day reality of the Ghanaian people. The president continues to live in his own world, far removed from yours and mine, that he fails or neglects to appreciate the true state of the nation. It is absolutely important to awaken President Akufo-Addo and the ruling MPP to the uncomfortable but frank true state of Ghana today. A nation of many living in fear of where to find their next meal, leaving many parents to endure sleepless nights. The true state of our dear nation no longer lies in flowery speeches laced with political chicanery that never accept responsibility for anything. Neither does it lie in the abstract theories that blame personal feelings on events that have no significant impact on our lives. The true state of the nation is when a ball of kenkey, which used to sell between 50 pesos and 1 cedi in December 2016, is now being sold or between 4 cedis and 5 cedis. The true state of Ghana is that a sack of maize, which used to sell for 170 cedis in 2016, is now being sold for 900 cedis as at February 2023. The true state of the nation is where a bag of Gino rice, 5 kilos, which used to go for 25 cedis in December 2016, is now being sold for 185 cedis. Similarly, a tuber of yam, which used to sell for 5 cedis, is now being sold for 25 cedis. while a bag of sachet water, which used to sell for 1 CD 50 pesos, in 2016 is now being sold for 10 CDs as at February 2023. Also, a bag of cement, which sold for 27 CDs in December 2016, is today selling at a staggering 90 CDs. And last but not the least, even sanitary pad, which used to sell for 2 CDs 50 pesos in December 2016, is today selling for 20 CDs. When everything is said and done, this is the true state of our nation, Ghana. This is what we feel when we go to the market. This is what we feel in our pockets. This is our everyday reality. A reality in which babies do not have vaccines, leading to a measles outbreak. The youth do not have jobs. The middle class faces imminent extinction. The elderly are being deprived of their life savings by the very government that swore to protect them. This is not the Ghana we deserve. This is not the Ghana our forebears toiled and sacrificed for. The NDC shall not be complicit in this mess. We are determined to work assiduously with the Ghanaian people through our superior, patriotic policy alternatives and impressive track record to rescue our dear nation from the abyss. We are certain, with God on our side, we shall succeed. Thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Shall we give our national chairman another rousing round of applause? And while at it, Mr. Soundman, get ready to play Yanarai Assassini. Please, shall we resume our seats? We shall sing that before we leave the auditorium. Wow, what a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you would agree with me that address you just listened to reflects accurately the true state of our dear nation. Thank you very much, our national chairman and leader, for that brilliant presentation. I don't know what the key highlights were for you, but for me the key highlight was a statement the national chairman made that hopelessness, recklessness, corruption, and leadership paralysis define the current state of our nation. And then the one which I'm sure all of us will not forget as we leave this auditorium. He says, Ghanaians have come to realize that the claim by the president that he knew how to revive a dead economy was what? The claim that we are a proud nation and that we were never going to go to the IMF was what? The promise by the president that there would be no haircuts was also what? The promise to build 88 district hospitals within 1 year was what? The Agenda 11 hospital project was what? The promise to abolish road tolls was what? The promise to convert toll booths into ultra-modern public toilets was what? And the claim that there was a global shortage of childhood vaccines was what? Thank you very much. Let's give our national chairman another round of applause. Now, I want to once again acknowledge all the media networks who are streaming live this very important program on their channels. In Bunu East, we've been live on Akina Radio, Winners FM, Zone FM, Atobu FM, Fabia FM. In the Western North region, we've been live on Akwaba FM. In the Bono region, the region of the national chairman, we've been live on Tyne FM and Estroma FM. In Upper West, we've been live on Home Radio. We've been live on Radford FM, WFM, Golu FM, Tumpani FM, and Radio Mark. In the Western region, we've been live on Sharp FM, Radio 360 FM, Empire FM, Spice FM, Western Radio, Royal FM, Adrimpa FM, and Trinity FM. In Savannah, we've been live on Inkligi FM, Kasha FM, and Magic FM. Again, I want to recognize some of the leading members that I didn't initially recognize, leading members of the NDC. I see a man who is a mentor to some of us and a guide, Uncle Tutu Biko Kwachi is here. A round of applause for him. We also have another leading member, Mr. Idianan is here. A round of applause for him. Honorable Sylvester Tete is here. Oh, and then we have one of the aspirants in the presidential primaries of the great NDC here. Dr. Kwamina Dofo is here. A round of applause for him. Yes, yes. And then we have all of you here. A round of applause for yourselves. I want to specially recognize the team that worked hard to make this program possible. Recognize the contribution of Comrade Joseph Taribawa, Comrade Stan Dogbe, Dr. Maneboama, my brother Felix Ofosu Kwache, Uncle Tutubi Kwache, my sister Ubobia Dakon, and our General Secretary, Honorable Fifi Kwete. But let me especially, very, very specially, recognize the support the NDC Minority Caucus, led by Dr. Ato Forson, gave to this program. This program was made possible by their support. I'm sure we've all enjoyed the exceptional and brilliant presentations they have made on the so-called State of the Nation address that was presented by President Akufo-Addo to Parliament. Haven't we? They've done excellently well. A round of applause for our MPs. Mr. Soundman, is the sound ready? Okay, so before we take the closing prayer, shall we rise on our feet and sing Yenara Assassini?
Right, you're welcome back, and that's where we draw.
Speaker, commendable as it is, the solution lies at two levels. One, the board. And Mr. Speaker, thanks to Professor Okwe, as first and second deputy speaker, you sit in the expanded board of the parliamentary service. This is a matter the board must give adequate attention in terms of resource allocation to the various departments of parliament to function well. But Mr. Speaker, let me focus whilst quoting here the invaluable role the Hansard departments plays. And Mr. Speaker, rather disappointingly, this House and members of Parliament have not even helped themselves nor helped the Hansard department. The official report of Parliament and Hansard ordinarily should be an important academic reference document, not just a reference document for members of Parliament for what we say and what we seek to deny in the future. It is also an accountable document. When I say accountable document, the available leader, Whip, when he was in opposition, said many sweet things, including what will attract voters to vote for his party. The answer is a record check of accountability for him. And the things that he said, things he prefers to do, that he is unable to do, which amounts to a betrayal of the public trust. So, Mr. Speaker, we just finished the debate on State of the Nation address. The other time, we finished debate on the budget. Members of Parliament don't do any good research, including me, Mr. Speaker, including me. That's why I said, rather disappointingly, when we're debating State of the Nation address, all we all said conveniently, and the President said, then we quote a few words and say, hail him. What have you said? If the President said, for instance, I didn't borrow recklessly, I expected that we will prove whether he borrowed recklessly or not. Research can show. Mr. Speaker, another positive for Professor Okwe. So you know that during those days, anytime you made reference to an academic document or report, he will recognize you and listen with you with apt silence, recognizing that the Hansard. Today, Mr. Speaker, MPs walk away. We say anything, even correction, thanks to the Honorable Okujeto and Dr. Nyako. How many of us pay attention when it comes to correction of the official report? Mr. Speaker, some of the bounded copies that I look back between 2005 and 2008, I've seen worrying mistakes in them in terms of spelling of words. Sometimes a particular word, like contract, is spelled wrongly, construction, and is repeated. So Hansard, yes, you will get adequate resources, but also your ears here, we need it. How can you spell construction correctly in an answer to a question by a minister, and then the same construction word you spell it wrongly? Like the other time when we were correcting was geophysical. You hyphenated it in one instance, and then in another instance, not hyphenated. That's Hansard. So there are some human errors, avoidable human errors. We are urging the Hansard department. So head of table, we know you are doing well. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the Parliamentary Service Board, as you recall, you were part of the meeting both in Senchi and elsewhere, have given approval for the deployment of broadband internet within the presence of Parliament. So I understand that Tech Centrum must be here to commence work. So at least this is commendable of the Parliamentary Service Board headed by Alban Suman Ebagbin, the Speaker of Parliament.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan Tedeshe and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
See na wo paint wo former employees even if you poke across support to cry be kase to bo na ye wo bad systems so baby a ye wo bad colleagues nso baby a wa wo koi unnim nipa on ne ko ye adwuma baby adu be kwa wie sankrofo a wo katia o they are all connected o and as media channels ni sikafo na ye o de ni they are all in the same circle into the audio ye ni nua no tie kira o sababa we ma signing no me brand so but ochine bia nko yi a interview so be kwa akoye na odi ehia ketenie sa de obeye de obe
In the last couple of days, Nana Mama Brown has been trending after Media General unveiled her as the newest addition to the team. And she has actually had some staff of Despite Media label her as ungrateful and disloyal. But some say, you know, I mean, the comments from Despite Media employees are unwarranted because when it's time for me to leave or quit, I quit and I go. McBrown says she didn't have any contract with any media house before joining Media General. I leave my accusers to God. These and many other issues, we are seated for a conversation on it in this episode of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Buabin Abrantipa, and today I have ladies on set. A man fresh. By the Duchuma Boatin, yes, and by the young person bought a Juma Bowers, also today. By the Duchuma Boatin is an award-winning entertainment pundit. Thank you. Yes, was a nomination. Yeah. Focus Media. Okay. Awards. As entertainment pundit of the year. That is this year so. Champion. Obeji. It's the same scheme. The same scheme. Oh, okay. Oh, when you say Fala. Papa. Ama Bruni is an entertainment journalist here with us at GhanaWeb. Ama, thanks for joining us. You're welcome. Yeah, fine. Why are you there? We are found for lunch, Anna. Sunny Momo. Only Momo. So, yeah, when I watch A+ status on Facebook, or take a screenshot and also the message to her, no actual discuss. And no. As I'm not that way, when discussing it. Did McBrown's exit come as a shock for you? I mean, I'll say yes, because I felt the kind of bond that on UTV was something and not a be perpetual. Because on what can I say, or by no becatre or say Kwame Despite say, on also ban TV so on money ejumanye e won TV so. And they rightly agreed, said, why not come and let's, put something together for you now, baby. Let's not forget, say, for her to come to sa point, I'll be making sa decision. No, we should know, say, sa movie nana managing nana so industry na air crumble, a collapsing. To share, the colleagues need be started doing YouTube. Abrewa Mafia, Vivian Joe, Lawrence Nemu. And Emilia Bobea Tenedie Kwakumenu ya aggressive. Inti I was so acknowledge say answer now back to that point no. Now what she was holding on to ayesini no. Na emuago. Inti na was say otimi pebi before 4 years. Inti oba no man show ni I mean Ghana for bebre were happy. Because aside seeing her in Kumasi, Yonkon, and all those other movies, they felt say live engagement with them, and Maninya a refreshing image, refreshing brand, refreshing connection with the fans. Osha said, we don't watch the shows from the perspective say, oh, you're fan in Gwa. You share the technical side, and maybe today I have my reservations, both good and bad. But because of who she is, Odona nipa woman in Ghana no a cloudy every other fault and answer flaws you detect as obia wawo industry ni mache. Let me just put it here. Say my work juma we since 2007. I've produced quite a number of shows into say make I say there's something wrong. Meaning crane a few things me the two tables so you can table them and say no the divider can a probi a woman. Now anyhow she's making it look like sebio baby na owo as na ejakukuo so no because okasa it's a relief me want to me nyankopon aboa me free say adwumakom. I mean I don't think Father Kennedy and the other management will make life that difficult for you say okasabia no man nsa pija nsa kwosha say rade we yimi free amanie mu na nsa ni timi ka wiem na ohwe so na say na mo ye ne den because sure ye yetimi ni show ni tena se twen wo unni ho krampo na show ni twen wo
how many of us na sebi o ye dwuma ye no unni ho a ye be ma wo position no ade a wo yin na atwen ho eto obrebi na osesa ho twice sa show kroya to meet na se ne ye twen ho na osesa ho na viewers TV o ye twen ante obesesa ne ho no wasan aba akoye ni photo shoot awi anso but we had that patience no and show it travel it me travel from 9 to 1 there are times out to me the domestic staff crab TV no so be show I mean it tells me I me share free abonten it tells me say eh baby a enye too strict I am now room to operate however you want it Enti nyamina dom me. You have no idea how relieved I am that I've moved on from you. Enti me, I'm wondering.
No one share from the perspective, say from sorry, from the interview she granted. Or say at a point or catch her almost say yenye be different. I feel what Kenya calls him be different. I feel people were coming in turns to host the show. So if you were in her position,
show up.
But if you were in her position, would you feel like, am I really needed? Because if they really needed me,
from what I understand, say who host no, there's no way a production before we check off will be somebody sitting. It is only when you are not available. Number pe obi aiden abem. Now kasa only almost na se munye bibi fofra to say din. The no contract bit no. Since when now realizing because we say we also have a conversation say or say come person me about TV no so no what was the discussion there o ka see en fa kratan to paper table so na yan fan to so amawana and mind you e won say wa ba than a presenter full time now but omo me handlers of the show no nim how omo crash show na e be kofa for you know be feel say the Mark Brown's Kitchen edition crab be United Showbiz ma wo bepe because something that you are enthusiastic about but on no ejuma ne ne dia no na wa wo mu ache for 20 years no obeka cho say the kitchen e be hye we mu a enye yi enti sa de foforo na wo pe no e wo se utimi tena se na oni management ne tena se ne hwe how beneficial is going to be to the show and you say we Mark Brown ti wo kan ya na e wo say nipa ADHD now we moving on no obia epe career progression. So Phyllis will be moving on. I said no bebo. I don't have any qualms with that. Any kete ni ade no mudikoshian is your way of celebrating it. But me issue ne say why are you making it look as if say father any ejumekuo ni chuti was so bad to the point say I was so picture when you share the way you me free so beam. I don't understand.
Let me get Hama Bruni's thought on the Mark Brown's posture and the interviews that she has granted. Vivid they say me
Mark Brown occur break na na ye hu no screen so we see a guest host no. A lot of people were saying so it's one of those things because last year her baby will take
she normally does that
break nti e ba say while joining media journal ko ni na ye nkofo bebre won say is it really happening people have to go like Paula and crime so say am person who say mo put it out we but sometimes one kasa with you I can't say you born exactly.
Me baba cry, he knows my hairstyle, but me do or say how you the want him.
As I say, Wakasa, Yen and I were highest station and Anna Meg Brown, son of Peso Bonnie Ding, Yen, Ubeka so presenting, ye who so or yen a pound or copy with UTV, but we been so back as a son of Mac Brown kitchen, no so cosoka crack. You, and see, so who you'll be out what brown, why ye Juma movies where you be brave, you've gone through the process, one mentor on for. Now say, because of that, you need more brand. Me just say me work to a doctor na me catching so me per se me bow TV ni so. They will not take it unless we a fire brand. And Mark Brown was how we needed that one sana oba UTV and the moment yen can carry obi a why we sometimes me just say interview no on Johnny Hughes a year with 3FM ne I say Bruno so but once na work an assemble nya abotari because what's na say now we say na bia abna mo wenu mutia so without any formal education bia no they made you like omudi wom nti onuafo nti asese wo na wogu mu ma be yet na wo ye o lanso de na adwen atudwa na ase tikesi enum ja bi kakra ase kutia nwum ye course no nti sometimes you need to make a point say me na me yenya me yed da wan say na me buy no better na show no so me buy adwin ko be bre aka nim oh you know she's not good and all that no started there na enche da nko yesa but she learn on the job we say there say question ni say no to me control show ni na so you court case abemunya de ni na she's bad it all and yet to say be it was say come as at or abetina say shepe she's also going through a lot now imagine say be wo kunu wo ba na de be ankofo beka you are not good enough you are not good so you can acting ya we A1 na uko TV so na ko to me to no say Ghana say asembo bia beka bi
o kan abnamowe any Ola Michael issues no a number of people have criticized them for the comments that they made. Ola says Mark Brown is ungrateful. Abnamowe says UTV groomed Mark Brown even when she didn't have proper education. And from what you are saying, it's based on these comments that made Mark Brown say the things that she said that Vida HSA it was a bit overboard. I say only father will issue be an the comments that came from these employees of Despite Media. Let me also put it on record. Say Efia Pukia Akasa in favor of Mark Brown and then A+, all these affiliates. What would you say is your assessment of these comments that came from the employees?
Still assemble butter because any UTV in Kwani Ebeshia. We are connected. We bet to me afraid. Maybe there's a deal being put Mark Brown bet to me push be abna benya. Into sometimes I feel like people do things just to please their employers or okay somebody buy a market. But first of all I want to find out UTV Despite Media more way policy to say and yet to say be can be because every media house will be because sometimes social media when you be no bet to me are they free to say this because my cousin say if you ask them no be kind after the later we release some as a
they also what abruchiri or running shows
so we company in ekasa later into me person me find out ye who say BSc da ya sanso who say we so I say mo person mo kasa ye this lawyer mo didi na CB I will term it like that into o akwa ye say bia honum de who platform abetumi aba na abeka cause woni pe bia anyi ya but I feel like it goes beyond that we are say obi ade ne ho contract now sign you can terminate. I don't know about to just a contract be and share then but no I felt like it was too extreme. Assemble still say we but
was it extreme? Did they go overboard?
The employees.
I'm
going to say me say nyomo kana say but interest Ebiana they were right. One thing is say we a staff baby you know the top level people. When you say there are some benefits, ye jemu mo to me a benefits sin wa sebi wa see honum. I see Ola speaking in the light say sebi ebi abe 2 yen wa how but privileges be ni me be a ye be su achewa ye open to ye nyina no ye cry ye bi ye cry ye timu ye content. Inti sebi wa ba ye di niema say account ho just to make what money easy now when you be kafia na say wo corner wo be ka say nyame yi ade so afiri so a
no less comments came before the interview
less comments came and I make can say onim the kind of privileges are na ma enjoy e wo fie on
but still we adwuma ntimi pa mejai
till what I'm trying to say is say on only point now if I'm to step in his shoes and speaker when who privileges are wo into wo dey say privileges when you need to say let me put it that way. Answer na interview no. O say and you are basing it on the point say amanfo didi what term do. Afa so ni contract. Ejuma we ayeye. Atendidie is part of it. Me ba fia ebe kan say Kofi Kinata nyoma KNUST for select say omuko understand nyumi ko be kan bi ofia. Twa ye twa ball me.
Say den wo nyumi hu pa mo.
Ye twa ball me papa mo platform me so because makoka say I didn't see akofa na nyum. Na enu nti o from ya misimi ma ha biem baby awo kono nim de etwen e wo honom so I don't say you're right but ono kasa say it said there wo ti we ye ma wo salary 100,000 ni ma obi ye ma o de ye ma 1,000 cedis
etie for hwe
men kan say ye ma 1,000
because 100,000
ye ma 1,000 na ma broni aba abeji 100,000 or say 100 name so no
me di obi ka oba abeji
what say then you wa wo je 1,000 you go like hey me 1,000 kram chichim the bomb home brand now what bana 100,000 now say
is it not about you knowing your wealth? Because
you know your wealth, but no who say a privilege at that level no the only who is such a bibi kesia what say you hold on to.
Aban say come has say a lot of people make him because of nyani pabeka. Utie nyani pabeka untumi nko wonim. And sometimes be to me too. Now be feel so it's the worst situation, but you never know that is going to be your card to a greater height. Whatever happened, say if you're a man or so take a break and I say we don't even know the real backstory. But some so she took a break no say one baby man. I'm thinking say your social media when the issue happened. So it was after wound to me assembly, but I know that we don't have concrete to me in can assembly. So whatever the case is, no, she has made the decision. And then as humans, yeah, obia kita need to me I say I know when I want this for myself, Inti so no my brand feel so why you away for maybe 2 years and above. Now say obia feel so it's time to move her. Whatever it is, make catch you on your FM, on your TV, they couldn't have page sika pudro bia that's part into me farmer my brand so on now like she had everything. She was so comfortable. So all the things to me sound who to me could break. See all the time I will take it break. He not the time. But sometimes it's a personal decision.
We respect that. I think some Makawa has said I'm not against her move. Obia per career progression, like I said. But say see now who painting with former employees. Even if you poke across support to crab a casse to bo na ye bad system so baby or bad colleagues and so baby wow unim ni pa on ko ye adwuma baby adu be kwa wie and na make so many baby all corner management and maybe some so chine bi so felisa wa outgrow me brand no ko baby for a day no be kana say see how see movies no watching trend so over be ka presenters ho as far as uni television stations are obedan obi to show your talent, I was say winya abotre because sankofa wo katia o they are all connected and as media channels in sikafo na ye omude ni na they are all in the same circle. Into the audio ni no teachira o sababa we ma signing on my brand so but ochine bia nko yi a interviews obekwa akoye na odi ehia ketenie Saudi obey no I'm just saying no like withdraw kakra and come escafo ni nyina say dey here for yen namfo sa na escafo so yen namfo you get it it me can say wako wani ma akọ but tobo me I know father I think I have to say on record say I've worked over 12 years with that media institution and father will not get up say my life I get a living hell for you. Even the ordinary security man or tiabontin crampo e woni mudie in that company. Nti so be man you my din say ne nsa no page na mpese be chemu. You understand? Nti yen to your the move is necessary. Akrobe to can something very instrumental. Osi ono obi di sika kese e bre ne a with UTV oni omo ye adwuma no. Say see no mpesika ope asumdue.
At any point in your life, there is something that you look for.
Well,
you yearn for.
And a very instrumental mama because no one who say ebi okoba ebi ko disiketia obe compromise on nasumdue enti obetena ho aye ne real news tietia meko minimu nya ejima bi bye bye tiet na afi na mini contract na woni contract dada enti a oti honom no then I fa ho
ade awards nyina
and also very tiny come on father enye a bad person. An industry on my encounter knows say only nipa boni to that extent. Until me I wish her well. Me only TV3 me kohokoye program.
So are we saying say then company bi me na wo free mu a na se bibi wo ho a na wani nye ho a
Debio tio me hu ne say ukoye no if there are actual reasons a work out as well obeka there's a way you communicate it.
Okay.
What man say? Sebi obi aware out ho nyew. But who do bedwem na wo ka e wo se dia obesi aiden. Aka no. Mate. O bon ho safo hene sebi o bon ho safo hene se wo kra uni krata bia, unko school bia uni certificates bia. But amount for geo talent ni di e no mama we adwuma this far. So be the one you juma for a couple of years. No, far krata to swa. And no just sell file bag. Krata you bet me at na siatro. It said the only krata ni bia. Wa forge ahead without it no. Obi so no wa forge ahead without a contract on a show. What does it take some of it na show? But you've made your decision. Uko wenim. But don't throw dust on the people. Now I think say it gets to a point that I feel say she sees herself bigger than the channel she sits on. And when you get to that point now, it becomes dangerous. I said here, say by the fireside create trim. Captain Planet, nini trim. What's my saying? So when you get to that level, I feel say you are bigger than a certain channel, a certain brand like UTV now. You need to relax and have a rethink. Because maybe I will corner. So it's now 1 year, 2 years, 3 years now. Felisa wa out levy onia until was a uko baby fufra. And then our horns who drew a obeka. And I'll be my ground TV. Now I watch now TV. So
quick one,
yeah, quick one. Say media space where I kind of feel like so obika so movie. One wo currently oniane because unia despite no mukana na Mac Brown hasem no they equally moved from somewhere to somewhere. And I'm a person me establish it. So obina personally a personal decision no ka so movie. No matter how painful it is as a ex all right, but it is say you have to suppress it. No say it is over, it is done. I will sit here and condemn that move. No, so better na waka say Ojabi leave it to the company because for all we know, Nana Mike Brown for that a relationship is still on. Sometimes we'll be I say I don't know utterly jahu na nyono no kasa be a wa wotinche na kasa too much later say oba na say bom ni birthday bi o we you see them at an event hagia na akofo beka say who say kasa bebre nti bibia ba ese munya aboche na ye ma media space na okay because there are a lot of people on my media transfer aden kwa na we nkwa akoye ya kofu to me gumi kofu recently this year ye bia koso omo na mo ye mo top omo host programs but omo what do you have to do? You have to accept it.
Neoka ina amama kai post bia non fucking Ajezi so he has a picture with or the Nana Mike Brown and Father Dixon picture na to and the caption is despite everything Unia you are like a father to me.
I'm saying who afraid
you didn't know so near a quick break. When we return we'll talk about medical and Sister Debbie code and trophies. See for him on GhanaWeb TV. We are back shortly.
I'll start from my people. I'll start from Kumasi. I have the opportunity there. So why don't I firm it? And I earn it.
Right.
When I earn it, then I can own it. And when I own it, I can take it everywhere.
Right.
So from Kumasi, I worked. I have worked. Johnny, I've paid my dues.
You have.
That's true. I say tilapia no body mama Kobe. We marry you. So medical MDK and Sister Debbie. As we all know, they were in a relationship. There was a breakup, and then Fela Makafu came medical, and Fela had a wedding. In fact, Fela collapsed. And no one said he ever can actually. Fela says he was stage bank of Fosse or Boa. And Omudiawo Island from Pong. So actually, for me, it came as a shock. I mean, one of those things, just like Mac Brown, even though we're like sometimes it's not like BB intimacy, but you don't expect it to happen. Because Mac Brown beja UTV, like in Prim, said yeah, Prim for Bekana. I would have doubted. Same as Sister Debbie and then MDK. No, Makobonyum, code and trophies. So it's 2-in-1 song. The first, the code, right, and then the trophies continue. Inti line back when I'm the man, me marry you.
Tilapia no boy.
And you know there.
Me who some omo kasi omo de nyum about. And I was wondering say na be kwafa because ye nim too risky.
Yeah.
Too risky. Ma de be kasi we dey. Debbie a blessing medical with a head too risky and no may identity for more than 2 weeks ababe toward then we expecting some marco break now upon all the messy way ni as some media ne kan ye ni na some more mark say ma sort am different somebody no bad then we expecting something way bigger but no currently they will say about cope me dey to 2 risky ho ameka say code and trophies e sheda nye but then we love the fact say kofo na nka won ni hia wan bom na wan ye we nti uti enwum na kofo kase ne views dey sheda nko ani bebre say but it's encouraging nti se na kofo kan wo se enwum ne sheda but then as usual medical ne punchlines ne ade e okay but then oh enya nya you say anka ko bi nya ade nkeka mo wo say he has a style enya say be a punchy hardcore rap but say ya ni we now ye wan kasa be me hono so with sister Debbie too I will say in trophies on medical I kind of feel like say the workers or your trophy in and then say utie mu kwase kakra betumi aka say asa no person job oh they no kware ne dey no ex aboyo man now be ka say you are the trophy even kwade wa say unse atare na say dey chi kwa kakra me say mama jegu ase ana but then you know it's one of those things and a lot of songs about out ebia artists no ebia go through a breakup divorce omu release project effort is perfect. Nyomwe so we be fan is good.
But I mean I'm happy for them. Say enye is say no ex be I don't buy that him say ene.
But I come ex contact me come jiska bebre because they only my family na.
We nice pa. Give nice comments. But me the mechanisms will be Jimmy amomi entia no so wo Jimmy.
Ade then.
I didn't know. More than a commercial song, commercial music, sa ne ebe kakaka me hu asbam beka wonyu mu biem. So odonya me onware for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Na tone no krom de tonyum ne ka. I mean they are meant for each other. Fela ba be how mo. To be honest,
Fela do.
Fela has worried these two chaps. Because you can imagine the kind of music they could have created if they were alone in their bedroom for the rest of their life. Enfam so papa bi answer that very industry but then omo ebe mo mani because o show me no na they omo ye no they are in another world of their own omo ni agi omo ho but here na ye fa ho tipaye that the song I mean me di tufo ana me di diasa na ye di tena kwankwani ase ye di like e call Grammy ye di den
say enye enyumbia na ye di call Grammy na enye enyumbia na ye di win award. And you just want to do it for the records.
I'm just waiting for a day. I mean, who's so to a mountain station more performing. Maybe I just want to see that thing because I feel like almost about be 2 area. Almost by a day.
If I direct that performance, I'll let Fela McAfee also pass through. Like the latter part of the performance, Fela should just come in then. Yeah.
But then I think medical too.
No, so you listen in shock. Like I said, I was saying good. It's when
so you don't see.
I watched alone. I ended up asking my computer. I said, when I expecting a response from the computer.
So you don't see anything positive about the song.
The positive thing is the bars. Hey, boom. But we boom, project. You know what are they? Daddy.
Do you expect a concert to follow?
Well, so on a shatter, almost Philly Stadium.
Freedom concert.
Tibia. A annual event na say a few years you who say Debbie for na me don't me me could even what is this? Are we serious in this country? Are we serious?
The camera guy is doing this.
I don't know why do we do this to ourselves? Why? Now everyone's to say like to what end medical? To what end?
But would you accept that there are people who love this kind of style of medical?
Right. So
like I mentioned,
it's funny how I love medical style because sometimes you bet me a hardcore rapper. Also a rapper. There are sometimes hard. There are sometimes this is a typical medical thing, and then that kind of dream. Sometimes
generation
but we can't be serious every time.
No, fine, but Abrantepa.
It's when you okay. No, like I don't know.
I'm actually the wrong person to ask this question. To be asked this question because I am one of those who we pay particular attention to lyrics. It is a new bisamia response, will not be the one that you will get.
Sure, industry
but I also admit that people love.
You have to get something and be known for it on that space.
Yeah.
You get recently only guy back could be here. He's not so popular. And the guy was rapping and say, "Oh, medical they are signing because in the style. There's some you out here. Fee medical because so we do or yeah rapping to say medical be. So me I think it's okay. But I am here so man to me and
I'm millennials.
Yeah, no, you're being
no, Charlie. No.
So based on what has happened, you don't expect another one from them?
Ebia we normally papa and I can forgive them. But as it stands now, and you know for set to there's like I mean let's try a new project, at Brantipa. It teaches a lot about your culture, how I am. I have a few foreign friends Omote Sarkodie Castro Adonai. They make me translate it to them. But in some people to say we know if you have to translate to somebody, what would you? Then I'm
not taking my bag
for 3 days. Give me Kobe. Kobe is not tilapia.
It's a tilapia garnishing.
Oh. But the song brought up the as a fuel rumors they say if Fela medical may divorce. But then recent this week or the Abetuja so he would choose a hair over or loving any other. But I kind of feel like these people, they know how to play with our minds. Because as an Cold and Trophy on releasing, now Fela McAfee or Pia Bonti and she doesn't wear her wedding band. Or Kosa, or some so called Instagram, cordiality on the medical pictures in now call for our own medical photos be unless it's Twitter, I had to check and see. So all these things now omujai, no I better drop it. Then one more drop in so you say a cotier, kofukotier, I say a Debbie Jabe. So I kind of feel like this almost margin almost margin because they kind of attention that they got last week when the song was released and the whole band until say medical now clarify Debbie on no when they na secret when they na secret which we can say will collapse na on any X into me.
Debbie is a grown woman she at a jai era mommy auntie jai. It has to stop at a point. When you compare only gentleman, basa relationship week or we now fell through job. Now we say no as I before now. Make it more commercial, like the about bottom, not just the fun of it.
But I think the woman commercial.
One that say streams near saying views the guy saying with YouTube. Charlie. And no, you should tell them something.
No, but if you ask me, I am the wrong person because I pay particular attention to the lyrics even before I listen to the melodies and Kronibano. So I am a typical Obrafo or Chame Kwame or Comfort Kwade type of person. Me probably a lyricist. What I say, Minister Oji Mo, Omo talk about him say yes, Akwabua, Watro Nyumuno. So, so even though I am not a fan of those kind of songs, I also think that there is a market for it. And so if you think that is your niche and you want to hit hard and then reap.
Imagine having patrons at a concert stadium, 40,000.
No.
Yeah, born in boy to sa partner.
So, campus, they go on campus, because the Honsu sometimes in Sunima.
Yes, Papi could you draws by. We had young men walking around town, Romo draws and pampa. It's me in the next couple of months.
Oh, you was there show. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yes, I know.
Hey.
Small one.
Hey. Oh, by now. So, yeah, bro. But this small button is a journalist. She's a columnist. She's an award-winning entertainment pundit. She has a nomination for Folkless Media Awards. She's actually supposed to defend that title because last year, Onuna Urini, code number 1.
Yeah, but voting best at April 3rd.
Oh, okay. Any between you drew her and I say, yeah, they are home. Amabroni is with GhanaWeb, host of Nkomo and Talkatainment. She's with the entertainment desk. Thank you for watching this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Upon
now, oh, me.
Obek Hanukre. Susu sang kwai. Be a want to be a man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
The GOAT debate,
Do you
know,
know
so
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo?
So the woman who boss, Julia Stewart, is a broadcaster with Super Sports International. She's our guest on Sports Check. Julia, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
How was your stay?
It's been amazing to be here, getting used to the heat.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, I'm really loving Ghana. I was not expecting anything when I arrived here, just to be part of Women of Valor. And my trip has given me so much. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Have you tried any of our foods yet?
Yeah, of course I have. Everyone's always going on about Ghana versus Nigeria.
Jollof.
So I definitely had to have some jollof rice. Plenty, actually.
But have you tried Nigeria and jollof? And if you're going to rate, you haven't tried?
No, I haven't. So it's 1-0 to Ghana at the moment.
Energy. Great. So Julia is a studio anchor and a pitchside reporter with Super Sports International. If you don't know, she's doing amazing stuff. She's a big inspiration to millions of people worldwide, including women. Now, Julia, we know that, okay, so the light, sound, camera, action, and then we see you on set, you're talking and all that. How do you handle bad days?
Yeah, if I'm having a bad day, personally, you won't see that on screen.
Great.
You can't, because people pay a lot of money for DSTV subscription and they don't care about how you feel if you're having a terrible hair day or you don't like the place you're in, or none of that's got to matter. It's part of being the consummate professional to be able to fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it's all about. So I think personally, if I am having a bad day, I don't think you would be able to know.
Great.
And that's part of learning how to deal with your emotions and how to manage, and knowing when you have to step up and step out, and like you said, lights, camera, action.
We go. Great. Now, you've been a big inspiration to a lot of people, women. I also love what you do. I watch you and I'm like, oh God, you've got it. Did you always, was it always the thing that you wanted to be a media personality when you were young? Was that what you wanted to do?
No, I had no clue. I actually had to take a gap year after matric, because I didn't know what I wanted to study. I just didn't know. And I studied film and media production. So it wasn't a journalism course. It wasn't with the intention of going to Supersport. I kind of just found my way. And you know, I'm a firm believer of if something is meant for you, it will find you. It was not easy. It was not easy. But it was a path that I am very grateful to have been able to navigate in my own way. And I think the journalism base that I have, having started as a print reporter, understanding how to construct news stories, understanding how to construct arguments from my university days. I think that I've tried to carry that into my presentation, in the way I ask questions, in the way you have to be brave to ask tough questions in the face of sometimes a defeat. You know, a coach has just lost a game and he doesn't necessarily want to answer, or there's a red card or a penalty that wasn't given. Those are difficult. So I always go back to the basic principles of journalism and carry that into my presentation. But I definitely did not think I would be a Supersport presenter or land in Ghana and people would know who I am. Unbelievable scenes.
That's
Come
crazy.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, you got big fans and all that. I remember one scene, was it last year, the gentleman saying wanted to take a picture with you. At you have a lot of fans everywhere scattered.
But you know what the thing
Ghana.
is? Negativity is louder. So the people who feel entitled, who want to say horrible things about you, they always make sure you know, and they do that on social media regularly. So when I do get a nice message, or when there is an incident like happened at the Cape Town 6 game, that's my hometown, by the way, Cape Town. Okay. So a fan had written on the board that he wants to take a picture. That was amazing. But, you know, big love from the people out in Ghana. We're on billboards here, by the way, because of Women of Valor.
Great.
I landed and I was like, hey, is that me? Wow.
Your face all over.
Yeah, but I've received a lot of love. And you know what? I appreciate it. I don't take that for granted. For someone to come up to you and say, I like what you do. You give me encouragement to also try and do better. I want to follow in your footsteps. I always tell people to make their own path though. But to see that and to hear that in a country where you've only been for a couple of days is remarkable.
It's a big deal. You, as I stated, I'm not going to lie. I'm also a young journalist, and then I love what you do. When I put down the people that inspire me, your name is definitely on there. Yeah, great. You're doing amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
So for a young girl who says she wants to be like Julia, she wants to be on the big screens. Of course, you've been through it all. What would your advice be to that woman or that young girl?
So when I was growing up, there was no one who looked like me on TV doing sport. So it's not something I thought was possible or something I wanted to do, or one day I'm going to be there. It's not. I came into it because of my hard work, and the more I worked, the more I found opportunities. And I've always said, it doesn't matter your connections. It doesn't matter how you get into a place. The only way you're going to stay and make a name for yourself is through work ethic. And it doesn't matter. I don't care about being the prettiest or looking the nicest or sounding the best or having the best clothes. I care about being the hardest worker in the room. And that is what has gotten me to where I am today. So whether you want to be a journalist, or you want to be an actor, or you want to be, just thinking about the women who were at Women of Valor yesterday, you want to be a lawyer or whatever, you're not going to get anywhere without putting in the hours. Because nothing worth having will come easy. And you maybe it's not about studying or working hours. Maybe it's about the thinking that you do about what you want to do, or maybe it's you're putting in effort, whatever that is, and there'll be hours and hours of perfecting what you want to do. And then also just be open, you know, change path if things are not working for you, or be true to yourself. Because if you want to be a journalist, or you want to be a presenter in sport because there's space and there's more space, they need more women, but you don't love sport, you'll be found out very quickly. So yeah, you know, follow your passions and all of that advice that we always get, follow your passions. But just put in the work. There's no substitute for it.
So you mentioned of work ethics, you have to like what you want, and then, you know, building the long hours that you have to put in before, because it's not rosy. Some people, I'm sure some people hit your DM like, oh, I want to be like you, I want to mentor you. I don't know if you get more of that, but then for popular personalities here in Ghana, they always talk about women hit their DMs, like direct messages, and like, oh, I want you to be. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. It's a lot. You cannot attend to all of them at the same time. But then for you, for someone who might watch this interview, what are the values that one must possess as a woman who is really destined? You want to get into this career, you want to get into this space, whether male dominated or not.
So the one thing I'll tell you is women hit up my DMs. What did you study? What must I study? Where must I study? Please, people, I'm not Google. Go and look it up. Go and do your own research. You have to, you know, anything you want to do, you have to be educate yourself on the subject matter, right? So that's the first thing.
Right.
I'm also not a recruiter for universities. I don't know what the options are, where you can study, what your grades are like. So I can never answer that. But what gets me every time is women saying, so must I really study the whole 4 years? Or isn't there another way? Do I have to study?
There's no shortcut.
Well, we live in an age of instant gratification. I think the idea that you're going to make it because you're pretty, pretty lost for like 5 minutes on TV, and then what else do you have? So you have to have substance, you know, you have to have passion for this thing, because we work on weekends. I work at 9 to 5. I work weekends, we travel, holidays, people are working. We are working here, you know? So you have to be really passionate, because if you don't love it, you will resent those hours. You won't like it. You know, your camera ladies are standing in the sun on what day is today? Wednesday morning. They'd rather be in the pool.
Exactly.
You know, but it's not always pleasant. The things you see on Instagram that we post, the interviews, or I went on a drive with a Formula E driver in a Porsche up Table Mountain. Amazing. But hey, that's not every day. So understand that it's not all glamour. And if you want glitz and glamour, then maybe this is not the best place for you. It's not the best industry. You have to be prepared. That is the most important thing. Because as women, unfortunately, we have to work twice as hard for people to think we are half as good as men. Even though people know you and they think, oh, she's good for a woman, or she's the best woman, or she's the nicest woman to look at. It's always going to be like that for us, unfortunately. Just accept it, but make sure you represent. Because if they're giving you a chance as a woman, there are like thousands of other women who also love to get the chance. So you have to represent, you have to do well, so that the next time there's a woman, they won't hesitate to give her an opportunity.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, but just because you said that, you know, you've been in the space, you've owned the space, what has been some of your greatest challenge in the, you know, you talking sports, being in what they term as a male-dominated area?
I think, firstly, I was saying this at Women of Valor yesterday. I think everything is male-dominated. Okay, the world is run by men, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because we are not leading the world. Maybe just the beauty industry is female-dominated. So
yeah, even with now, there are a lot of men getting in there. Yeah.
So I think that the words that I say, or the advice that I have, based on my experiences, I'm finding that it's not just restricted to sports. Women in corporate, women in politics, we all experience the same thing. So just accept that this system was not designed for you, right? So that's the first thing. And I think you have to understand that you are different and you're going to be different. So some of my highlights have sometimes come because I'm a woman. And I don't mean because I look nice today. I mean, I think about the interview with Coach Pitso Mosimane. That was an iconic interview. Okay. They were playing Wydad Casablanca. He was the coach of Sundowns at the time. And there was some stuff going on off air. And they were making some racist comments. And we didn't really pick that up on camera. So while I was doing my interview with him, Sundowns won, by the way. And one of the guys from Wydad Casablanca came and stood by the camera and was having a proper go at him and saying really ugly things. And he lashed out. They called the interview "Sort Him Out" because that's what he was shouting. Hey, sort him out! And I'm standing there with our microphone while everything is happening. We're live, and that was one of my greatest moments, because I think, firstly, I understood that I have to take control of the situation, or they'll go to break.
Great.
Right, and I'll lose it. Secondly, actually, this is number one. I was thinking, oh, I'm going to become a meme. I'm going to become a joke on the internet. I'm going to trend for being ridiculous. I have to take control of the situation. And I did. I stepped up and I explained what was happening. All adrenaline based, that you can't plan for something. You can never plan for live TV. But afterwards, when he calmed down, the empathy that I had, I think as a woman, naturally,
You have a lot of
made it
empathy.
a little bit easier for him to calm down and come back to the moment and answer the question. Sometimes you find that coaches as well are you're more asking the human side of things because you're a woman, and they're more likely to be a little bit more open. We have that natural nurturing thing, which makes our interviews a little bit different to how our male counterparts would conduct
I
them.
see.
Yeah, I think we can be a combination of strong and hard-hitting, but also empathetic.
We're all
Yeah.
360. We can do all the things.
Yeah.
You talked about when you want to own your space. Someone says, "Oh, I want to be like Julia." You have to really have knowledge of what you're doing. So when you talk in sports, you know what you're talking. You'll be found wanting if you just think it's just a pretty face and all that. So I just want to find out from you, how did the passion for sports develop? Was it from your dad? Because with me, I kind of started from home. My
Yeah.
dad was watching football and all that.
Yeah.
How did yours develop?
Yeah, same. Just having something in common with my dad, something to talk to my dad about, going to live matches in Cape Town, watching Premier League games in Cape Town, where I grew up. And then the sports is, the more you know, the more you want to know. And so, you become obsessed because now it's opened up a whole new group of people that you chat to. The boys at school. I was always the only girl, the only Arsenal fan at school, able to talk to them. And yeah, I think I cannot believe that someone is paying me to watch football. Like my bum is in the butter. How did I get so lucky? Yeah.
I see. Great. We're still talking to Julia. We'll take a quick break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Paula Amaboni. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm seated with Julia Stewart. Julia, I was going through your Instagram and I chanced upon a post, like the best advice you received, just stay in your lane, comparison is the thief of joy. Does that still remain like one of your favorite advice?
Yeah. People will try and say, oh, did you see what, hey Paula, did you see what your colleague is doing? Hey Paula, did you see your colleague's got this and that's happening? And you'll see on Instagram, oh, this one got to go to this game, or this one got to interview that, or she owns this item of clothing, or she has this kind of bag. And you'll spend your whole day miserable. Like, it's so important to understand. I've said this in the earlier part of the interview. The things that are meant for you won't pass you by. It's the hardest thing to know and to believe. How come someone's getting this right? When is my turn? The things that are meant for you will come for you. And the older I get, the more I work in this industry, I think back to things I missed out on. Oh, why didn't I get to work on that tournament? But other things have come and maybe better suited to me. I saw an interview recently with Letitia Wright from Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I love this. She said, it's not rejection, it's redirection. And when you feel rejected or something that you wanted maybe isn't happening for you, it's very easy to compare yourself. But like the quote says, it's the thief of joy. You won't enjoy where you are right now.
Just stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, honey. It's nice here. There's no traffic. You can drive however fast or slow you want to. Yeah, it's great.
It's still one of the best advice. I also love to say whatever got my name on it is not going to pass me by. It's something I say, but yeah, I love that you also said it too.
You have to be your own competition. When I started, those words, people will say, this one, did you see what this one is doing? Oh, how come this one? And it's always women. They divide and conquer is the way people try and deal with women. We also do it ourselves. We try and internalize it ourselves. But why? Can we also form a girls' club? Can we also change the culture from within? Can we also start to understand that things that are mine will be mine?
Exactly.
And maybe that's meant for me in that moment. Maybe something else wasn't meant for me.
Great.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah. So, Julia, coming from South Africa, going to the world stage, Super Sports International, would you say that the space is big enough to accommodate other women?
Yeah, 100%. There is so much space for everyone to shine, whether that be here in Ghana, on the Accra sports scene. I met so many TV broadcasters yesterday, so I know that there are a lot of women. in sport, in the city, let alone this country. And we make a mistake. We think that there's only space for one woman to do well, but that's not true. There's space for everyone. And some people might be online, some people might be on TV, some people might be radio, some people might specialize in pitch side reporting, some people might specialize in studio anchoring, some might be great with podcasts. You just have to find what works for you and what you love.
Great. So who are some of the well-known female broadcasters? In Ghana, we say we have Juliet Bewa.
Yes, I know Juliet Bewa. I was with her at the World Cup.
Yeah.
She was also doing some work for Supersport there. My friend Chisom Mbono Ezuke, she's from Nigeria. She is amazing. And what I love about her, she's so passionate about telling stories. And she is really passionate about telling Nigerian football stories. She produces as well, so I think she's brilliant. She's one I really look up to, her storytelling ability. And then I know that cricket isn't big here, but Cass Naidu is a powerhouse of a woman. She's South African.
Okay.
She works cricket on Supersport, and she does tours and stuff for Sky as well. Cass runs a foundation and a set of women's awards called the G Sport for Girls Awards, and she is phenomenal. The way she started the website to tell women's sports stories, women in sports, the way she started the awards, and it grows year on year. I actually hosted it last year.
Okay.
I don't know how she does it because she has a family and she does this job herself, by the way, and then she still runs a foundation and does all these amazing things that highlights and bring the profile of women's sport more into the spotlight. So I really look up to her, not because she's a fantastic broadcaster, which she is, but because she's using her power for good to help others come up, to mentor others, and also to put women's sport on the map.
Great. So there are a lot of women who are also in sports, doing things that would also, more of encourage young people who want to get into the field. Now, I know, let's talk more of women football. You've covered the FIFA Women's Cup and all that. It's a big deal and all that. But I just want to find out, do you think how possible, because some people, I'm not even going to say some people, I would testify that when it comes to the Men's World Cup, there's a lot of eyeballs and all that. There's a whole lot, everybody want to know what is going on. What can we do to also ensure that when it gets to the FIFA Women's World Cup, we get a lot of attention and all the euphoria that it is, like, do better?
I do think that the FIFA Women's World Cup was fantastic the last time around, and I think the fallback from that, we saw Spain promising to put more money into their local league. And I know that in China as well, in the USA, they were going to put more money into it because the FIFA Women's World Cup were getting the highest number of TV viewers that they ever had before. The Women's Euros final was sold out at Wembley last year. I think there is improvement. Sponsors are stepping up to the plate. It's not even about equality. Although teams like this American women's team deserve to get the same amount, if not more, money than the men's team.
I saw that
because
news.
they won multiple World Cups. Last time, I know the US was back at the World Cup at Qatar 2022, but before that, they didn't even qualify. So in those cases, yes, they need to be rewarded. It's definitely about sponsorship and TV. And how it works is the more women in leadership roles in sponsorship can decide where the money goes. The more women in leadership roles in TV can decide where the money goes, where the rights go, what they're going to show. And I was pleasantly surprised at the number of men who messaged me to say, loved your work on the FIFA Women's World Cup semi-final of us. Like, great that they're watching. I think we're changing it, not even slowly anymore. I think female athletes are becoming household names, already, not just because there's a daughter in the house who plays football. But I want to say that the ICC Women's T20 Cricket World Cup in South Africa was just completed. Sold out stadiums. Sold out stadiums. And that is all about the marketing. Great. That is also all about the ICC as a sporting body saying, we need sellouts. And they've managed it. It was phenomenal. There was obviously a lot of celebration, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement because South Africa reached the final, the Momentum Proteas. They lost, unfortunately. It was their first ever final. So you know, if we can repeat that, if we can replicate that in football. Mind you, Barcelona was reaching record crowds for their Women's Champions League matches. And so I think we're getting there. I don't think women's football, maybe in Africa, the mentality is still busy changing.
Yeah,
maybe that's what you mean. But I think worldwide, nah,
Great.
we are getting there, girl.
Great. For the international, I think we are getting there and all that. But then locally on our continent, what can we do to get more eyeballs and all that?
We need to get women in power, in positions of power. And the women who are in positions of power need to back women. Because sometimes you find that it's harder. Like coming up, I was having this discussion with Nana Abba and she said to me, the people who have helped her in her career, when she thinks back, it's been a lot of men, like giving her a show, giving her a space, or encouraging her. Then I thought back to my own career. Robert Marawa, that's the person who said to me, be on my show. That's the first chance I got on TV. That's when people first saw me. My first news editors were men.
Wow.
So why are we not changing that in this day and age? You know, the people who've made my life difficult at work, unfortunately, have been women. So why are women not helping other women and women's sports? The people who are big sponsors. At CAF, we have women who are involved. Why are they not doing more? In my own country, I have to say, women's teams, every professional team does not have a women's team as well. And that's long past time for that to happen, you know? Mamelodi Sundowns doing so well in the CAF Women's Champions League. They won it. They were in the final. They represent, but not every team in our professional league has a women's team.
We have to do better. If it's starting from the stations, positions, and all that, we have to do better. And as I say, if we get to the top, we also have to create room for other women to follow that path. But do you see a female head in CAF maybe one time soon?
I don't know about our attitude within this continent. I don't know if we're ready for it.
We're ready for it.
Not that there's no woman who can lead.
We have a lot.
It's not that.
We have.
Are we ready for it? To accept?
Great.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think we are born ready. It's just that some people might think that, oh, she's not qualified. The whole thing that comes with it. But then trust me, if we're given that position, we can do way better.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not that women are not ready. It's the mentality of people, men and women, to say, can a woman do it? Can a woman lead? What? And the strange thing is, she won't just be judged on the job she's doing. She'll be judged on how she looks, who she associates with, what her hair's like, what clothes she's wearing. That's what we still face.
But I love your style. Come to clothes. I love your style, the way you style. But wait, but between sneakers and heels, what are you going to go for?
Depends.
Depends.
On the occasion. If I can get away with wearing sneakers every day, I will do that. Obviously not now. I'm wearing flip-flops right now, sandals, because it's so hot here
in Ghana.
But yeah, especially in the World Cup, I curated my own look.
Yeah.
With help from our Super Sport stylist. We have help. We have an amazing stylist at Super Sport.
Great.
Her name is Taryn. She doesn't just do style. She does image consulting.
Great.
So you say, this is what I want to look like. This is the brand I want to project.
And she creates it.
Yeah.
I love your style, definitely. If I was supposed to rate your closet, I would not waste a minute. Yeah.
It's difficult. I buy so much clothes because it's work clothes and real life clothes. And yeah, if I have like 5 different black blazers because, you
have to
3 or 4 times a week. So
exactly.
You can't wear the same. Taryn won't let us wear one outfit twice in a season.
Oh.
She's crazy like that. No one remembers. I remember. That's what she'll say.
The image is important too.
Very. I've had to learn that. I never knew that. Starting out in this business, I thought,
anything goes.
And we have to wear those boxy big blazers and a shirt. We are not men. And men know we are not men. Even if you dress like a man, they know.
I love
what you're wearing as well, though. So I think you have your own thing going on.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah. Now, before we wrap, I just want to find out, who are your favorite Ghanaian players?
Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey.
Okay.
I hope he wins the Premier League this season.
I'm also an Arsenal fan, so
amazing.
That makes us
Arsenal fans are so traumatized. People think we care about being top and falling off top. We are just enjoying life.
I felt like we were so close to it, but hey,
no. I'm just enjoying that we're playing beautiful football and winning. I have not seen that in a long time. I was at the Emirates Stadium and even to watch Arsenal beat Man United.
Okay.
And even the mood in the stadium is just different.
Crazy.
So love Thomas Partey. Riyad Mahrez. I think is one who he's very underrated in that Man City team, but he's phenomenal.
Great.
Mo Salah, of course.
Mo Salah too.
Just African footballers in general, and Sadio Mane.
Sadio.
Hey, what happened when he left
Sadio.
Liverpool? Right. So then from Ghana as well, of course, my friend Asamoah Gyan, your legend. Absolutely adore him. What a guy. He's the reason I'm here. He put me in touch with Nana
great.
Asamoah. Yes.
Shout out to Asamoah.
Yeah, shout out to Baby Jet. I think Kudus.
Mohamed Kudus too.
Phenomenal.
He's one of our star players.
And he's going to make a really, really big, not that Ajax isn't big, but he's going to make an even bigger move. I think Tariq Lamptey.
He told me to have an interview.
He told me to have jollof rice here. Yes, we were interviewing him for SuperSport and Premier League. So those are some of the ones I love currently. Thomas Partey, number one for me at the moment.
Okay.
What he's doing this season and the role he's playing is just phenomenal.
Great. Then the women footballers for the Nigerian footballer who plays for Barcelona, Asad Oshola.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people think that they haven't given her flowers. Do you think that she's celebrated enough?
I think so. I think she is. You know what it is? It's Putellas is winning all the Ballon d'Ors and she's winning all the FIFA awards. So it feels like Asad Oshoala isn't getting the same kind of recognition.
But she's an amazing player.
No,
she is
superstar.
amazing.
I don't think anyone doesn't think that she is
great.
We have some phenomenal female players from South Africa, Banyana ladies, who are doing such big things and they are playing internationally. It is brilliant to see, man. Brilliant to see. Like we have Tembi Khatlana who's playing in America right now. There's Jermaine Siposenwe who's doing well. There's Janine van Veek who's doing well. There's Linda Mutlalo. Like all our girls are just making waves overseas and they are household names. I'm not ashamed to say when I started, and maybe only knew Portia Modise, I could name one or two South African female players' names. Now, probably the whole starting 11 I can do.
I see.
Amazing,
great.
Amazing. That's changed. That's changed. If a woman who is speaking on football can tell you that,
a lot. That's changed.
Yeah.
So great. Final one. Who is the GOAT in football? Let me just get it from Julia.
I think this is, I'm sorry, with all due respect, it's a silly question.
Really? The debate?
Yeah.
The GOAT debate,
Do you know how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo? Messi's not paying me to say he's the GOAT. I watch both and enjoy both. The records that they have been setting, the fact that they are still playing at this age and maturing like fine South African wine, you know, it is remarkable to me. Just shows that the mind is the most powerful thing. Some of the goals that we've seen them score, some of the records that we've seen them break, long-standing records from men like Diego Maradona, from men like Pele, those kinds of things that we are seeing and witnessing right now. I'm getting involved in no debates.
Yeah. So even with the goal, it doesn't really have to boil down to Messi or Ronaldo. Like you mentioned Pele or not. Pele still is my greatest, you know. But the current one would just choose Ronaldo or Messi. But yeah, before we wrap up, Julia, your final words, your advice to women as we celebrate International Women's Day. So a woman who wants to be in a male-dominated space and all that. What would your advice be to that person?
It's such a hard one. How do you sum it up? It's going to be difficult. There is no easy path to it.
Right.
And as long as you maintain your integrity, as long as you do what you are comfortable with, as long as you give your best every day,
you've got it.
You've got this. Yeah,
right.
You absolutely have got this. That's all. There's no secret to it. There's no special spice, no recipe, no. It's just about doing you, because your power is that no one is like you. There's only one you.
Thank you.
So just show up every day. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julia. It was a pleasure. It was an honor sitting with you to, talk everything sports and all that. Yeah, great. So I did this with Julia Stewart. She is broadcaster with Sports International. We had an amazing conversation with Talk Women's Sports. It was a 360. I know that you really enjoyed this interview. Special one on Sports Check. I am Paula Amabruni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Speaker, commendable as it is, the solution lies at two levels. One, the board. And Mr. Speaker, thanks to Professor Okwe, as first and second deputy speaker, you sit in the expanded board of the parliamentary service. This is a matter the board must give adequate attention in terms of resource allocation to the various departments of parliament to function well. But Mr. Speaker, let me focus whilst quoting here the invaluable role the Hansard departments plays. And Mr. Speaker, rather disappointingly, this House and members of Parliament have not even helped themselves nor helped the Hansard department. The official report of Parliament and Hansard ordinarily should be an important academic reference document, not just a reference document for members of Parliament for what we say and what we seek to deny in the future. It is also an accountable document. When I say accountable document, the available leader, Whip, when he was in opposition, said many sweet things, including what will attract voters to vote for his party. The answer is a record check of accountability for him. And the things that he said, things he prefers to do, that he is unable to do, which amounts to a betrayal of the public trust. So, Mr. Speaker, we just finished the debate on State of the Nation address. The other time, we finished debate on the budget. Members of Parliament don't do any good research, including me, Mr. Speaker, including me. That's why I said, rather disappointingly, when we're debating State of the Nation address, all we all said conveniently, and the President said, then we quote a few words and say, hail him. What have you said? If the President said, for instance, I didn't borrow recklessly, I expected that we will prove whether he borrowed recklessly or not. Research can show. Mr. Speaker, another positive for Professor Okwe. So you know that during those days, anytime you made reference to an academic document or report, he will recognize you and listen with you with apt silence, recognizing that the Hansard. Today, Mr. Speaker, MPs walk away. We say anything, even correction, thanks to the Honorable Okujeto and Dr. Nyako. How many of us pay attention when it comes to correction of the official report? Mr. Speaker, some of the bounded copies that I look back between 2005 and 2008, I've seen worrying mistakes in them in terms of spelling of words. Sometimes a particular word, like contract, is spelled wrongly, construction, and is repeated. So Hansard, yes, you will get adequate resources, but also your ears here, we need it. How can you spell construction correctly in an answer to a question by a minister, and then the same minute, the same construction word, you spell it wrongly? Like the other time when we were correcting votes, geophysical, you hyphenated it in one instance, and then in another instance, not hyphenated. That's Hansard. So there are some human errors, avoidable human errors. We are urging the Hansard department. So head of table, we know you are doing well. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the Parliamentary Service Board, as you recall, you were part of the meeting both in Senchi and elsewhere, have given approval for the deployment of broadband internet within the presence of Parliament. So I understand that Tech Centrum must be here to commence work. So at least this is commendable of the Parliamentary Service Board headed by Alban Sman Ebagbin, the Speaker of Parliament.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see my kotoso. People got send me sika from Lebanon. finance. While Brian said the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. Or they send this guy a coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It is on record.
The issue of rents is a very hot topic for a lot of Ghanaians, particularly those who live in the big cities of Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and the likes. It's the reason why today we're having a conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenants Union of Ghana to see how these two entities work together to solve the perennial problems of rent in the country. My name is Daniel Ojo. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think Happy New Year is in order.
Exactly.
Happy New Year. I think we should first introduce ourselves to let the audience know who you are and what you do. So okay. I'll start from you.
So my name is Emmanuel Kwasu.
Okay.
I'm the head of PR for the Rent Control Department, right, and also the spokesperson for the National Rental Assistance Scheme.
Oh, yeah. Great.
I'm also Frederick Opoku.
Right.
Secretary General of the National Tenant Union of Ghana, representing more than 18 million Ghanaians.
Right. Mr. Poku, you're going to be critical in the National Rent Assistance Scheme, which was launched. Many people feel that this is a scheme that is going to be for party foot soldiers and the likes. Do you think that the ordinary Ghanaian on the street genuinely has a chance of benefiting from this scheme?
The reason why we are very much happy that this time our government sees the private sector,
yeah,
and involving the National Tenant Union of Ghana to be fully involved to also monitor, evaluate, and comment is enough for us to believe that nothing is going to be hidden,
okay,
at all. The day that they were launching this at the full glare of the Vice President, I was very categorical that Mr. Vice President, Madam Chief of Staff, we know people don't trust whatever government brings.
Yeah.
And that we fear that everything must be transparent, credible, so that people will have trust in the system and the scheme.
Right.
And we were given assurance, even when the Vice President had the speech. And in fact, from then, we realized that they meant business.
Okay.
And this time around, we don't foresee it be like others,
okay,
or the usual.
Okay.
And that we've been working with the rent masters as well. And so far, so good. Just that people might have one or two reservations about certain conditions, which they have sat us down and explained. And we begin to resonate with them,
okay,
to some extent, because sometimes government brings an initiative. You don't all the time bastardize it. At least you look at the good of it and see how it must be successful,
okay,
so that we don't use the trivial issues to just bastardize and just call it off.
Okay.
Because it's an opportunity that might not come at a lifetime.
Okay.
Because how many years? Ghana, so many years, government does not even able to build. So if today government comes and says, like, I have this scheme that will enable the tenant suffering over the years, paying 3 years, 4 years, what have you, that I'm going to pay for you to pay monthly, whether you are informal or with the public or wherever, just to prove that indeed you have what it takes to pay every month.
Yeah.
You are there.
Okay.
So it cuts across. It's not only like private sector. Whatever work you do, can you prove that if you are given the opportunity, you'll be able to pay? And going to the extent of them demanding Momo statement, it's enough this thing to believe that they mean business.
Okay.
If they had not brought that, then I would have had a whole issue to talk about.
All right. So we'll delve into the nitty-gritties of how this National Rental Assistance Scheme is going to work. And if you just tune in, we're having a conversation about rent in Ghana. And you know it's a very burning topic because of the insufficient building or housing situation in Ghana, where a lot of Ghanaians who want to find a decent place of abode would have to pay upfront 1 year, 2 years, and more to be able to afford a decent place to sleep. We also have in the studio the PRO of the Rent Control Department of Ghana, Mr. Kosu. You heard Frederick describe your outfit as a toothless outfit.
Yeah.
I'm sure you didn't feel good about that, but that's to a large extent the sentiment of a lot of Ghanaians, because they feel your outfit is not doing as much as it could do. How do you answer to his description of the place that you work?
No, that's his opinion.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we are lacking some logistical items to perform our duties to the extent, I don't want to take his opinion away. Okay, that's his opinion. So I want to leave it there.
Okay, but fundamentally, what is the role of the rent control of Ghana fundamentally?
Okay. So we get our mandate from the Rent Act 1963, that's the Act 220, and specifically under Section 5, that's laid down the functions of the Rent Control Department. The first on the list is the conduction of an assessment. Assessment is where we come and see how your building is, how your premises is, what materials have you used in constructing your premises, and then even the value of land on which you've built your premises. The rate that you pay, including the property rate and any other rate that you pay, we factor them all in, and then a determination of the rent per month is determined. So we give you an assessment certificate. If there's a tenant already in the premises, we give a copy to the tenant as well, so that he will know how much he's supposed to pay after a month notice has been given to him.
So you are supposed to determine how much people are supposed to pay for their rent. I've been renting for God knows how long. I haven't received any.
Yeah, so that is the sensitization program. You as a tenant has right to apply for this assessment. Likewise, the landlord. Okay, so because we are ignorant of this in the act, we just quote to, let me use this local, quote to the landlord's rent.
Isn't it clearly an issue of demand and supply? If there is more demand and there is less supply, the person who has the goods or the product is at an advantage and says, this is how much I'm charging for it. If you don't want, you can leave.
Yeah, we understand the housing deficit is currently 1.8 million. Okay, and secondly, it's also a function of under the rent control to have what we call vacant premise register. A register of vacant premises in the country. But before the landlord moves out from his house, somebody is already standing there, demanding there. So he cannot even get to the Rent Control Department to register this. So these are it's basically because of the housing deficit that we are facing in the country.
So this thing that you say you are mandated to do you actually do it? Like, are there houses where you have gone to where your department really is the one that has set out how much this ordinary Ghanaians are supposed to pay for rent?
Yes, you know, it's a newly built premises, and then premises that are having disputes. So we do this assessment mostly for buildings that there are disputes on, because the landlord
dispute between tenant and
landlord. Okay, because the landlord is demanding so much from the tenant. So the tenant, if he does not understand, because he knows this provision in the act, comes to assess it so that a realistic determination can be made. That's how much there. So we get most of these applications for houses that are under dispute.
But if I fight with my landlord, I'm not going to have peace in the house, you know. If I go and if you like report my landlord to rent control, and rent control says that instead of the 1,000 cedis that my landlord is charging, I should pay 800 cedis. And the landlord said, okay, I'm not renting the house against my house. My son is coming from Abuchi. He will come and stay in the room. So I'm not renting it again.
Okay. So there's this right of tenant that we are not exploring. If you report a landlord for such an issue, the landlord has no right to evict you or come out with any excuse that my son or I want to renovate the place. Until your tenancy expires, the law says that if you don't contravene any of the provision in the act, the landlord has no right to evict you. So this cannot be a basis on which a landlord can stand on evict. Of course, I understand after your tenancy, he can tell you that, no, I don't want to renew for you again. But within your tenancy, the landlord cannot say that, I want to refund your money for you because you're going to report me on this assessment issue, so I'm evicting you. You have the right to stay there for the period of the tenancy that you've signed. And after that, the landlord, both of you have right to renew it or to vacate the place, or the landlord also has right to renew it for you or just give you an eviction notice. So these are the issues we are facing.
It appears that on paper you have very nice laws, your job is really cut out and everything, but what are really the challenges that is not making you carry out your function?
Okay. Yeah, so you see we are in a technological age now, and there is this agenda of digitalizing the rent control department. It's on course because we've gotten a framework from the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization together with the Kofi Annan Technological Center, as well as NITA, the National Information Technology Authority or Agency. So a framework has been concluded. Now it has been passed on onto an implementator. He's also taken 1 or 2. He has done the the national assessment. So very soon that agenda will come. And that will cure our computer and accessories issue. Okay, because we currently, most of our offices, there are no computers. We are still on the manual.
In 2023?
Yeah, manual way of doing things. And so this is going to cure that perfectly. But the issue with cars, your producer will attest to it. We lack cars to move us around because it's part of our functions to do this what we call assessment and then inspections. So that when you come and then there's a dispute as to how the premises is, how deteriorating the premises is, an official from the rent control needs to follow you to go and ascertain physically what is going on. But because of lack of vehicles, we are not able to do that purely 100% as we do. Sometimes we have to depend on the client to follow them to, because even the budget...
That's very sad, you know.
No.
Do you think that politicians have not, I mean, I'm not talking about this government from independence, have not taken the rent control department and the work and the function that they do as seriously as they should?
No, I can agree with you, but for the past 3 years when we started coming out, you see that the government interest has come onto the department. That's how come this National Rental Assistance Scheme came to effect, and then this digitization issue I'm talking about is also in place. The assessment is ongoing. So very soon the system or the department will be digitalized. But the issue about vehicle is still pending because we've complained to our vice president.
How many vehicles do you have?
We have 4 in the entire country.
4?
Yeah, out of the 58 offices that we have nationwide. Okay,
4 vehicles. What's the condition?
Oh, they are perfectly. The registration number is 2020. So they are imperfect.
But you don't have any IGF or anything?
No, we all the money we generate goes to the government. Okay, we don't have IGF. But we give our budget every year to the government through the Ministry of Works and Housing. And then we get what is allocated. But those things are not enough.
I think the media has a responsibility to push for governments to pay more attention to the rent control department because they play a very critical role in solving this ongoing, unending situation of rent in the country. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with the Rent Control Department of Ghana and also the National Tenant Union of Ghana. I bet you may have not heard it before, but today we get the lowdown on all of the activities on this special edition of The Lowdown. We're back after this break. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back to The Lowdown. We're having a conversation about rent in the country. And I know if you're an average Ghanaian, rent is an important subject to you. For a lot of Ghanaians, the chunk of their salaries goes into rent and then feeding. And it looks like we are working for landlords in this country. You work and you have to pay 2 years of rent. Frederick, you heard Mr. Kposu speaking about the logistical challenges and all of that. How do you work together with the rent control to ensure that tenants in the country get the best out of this mess that appears to be on the horizon?
Very well, thank you once again. I have said a number of that time.
Yeah.
That our government past and gone. I don't know how to describe them, because housing is a very important commodity or aspect of our life, and we believe that the government should have done better.
Yeah.
Imagine what Mr. Kposu rightly putting out today, that they have 4 vehicles, the whole Ghana. Is the government serious at all? We have serious government. Because you see, let me be very frank, I always use Abraham Maslow's theory of needs to make this assessment. And they have all read, all of them, ministers, DCs, haven't they learned basic Maslow's theory? That shelter, food, clothing, very basic. Can you imagine if we have a serious government? If you have heard about Segleme, for example, what has become of Segleme? Languishing in bush for 8 years, and you see or hear government giving reasons that somebody have spent money, and their inability to incarcerate or to prosecute them, jail them, dangling about the issue, much ado about nothing, is what these governments are doing. I don't blame Akufo-Addo's government. I'm blaming government come and gone, that they don't take housing serious at all. Look, rent control, in fact, I know Mr. Kposu, whenever I meet him, he's a public servant, and he's serving his masters. And Mr. Kposu would always say something to please his masters. If not, he loses his job. And you should understand him at a point, because certain things that cannot be justified need not to be justified. And I understand him. Can you imagine that in this modern world, we have a whole department? Government cannot build. Government has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is impotent to build. It's on record. Their actions and everything that they do says that we cannot build, because they are not serious about what we have to put into building. So let us rule it out. Now, you look at an agency established about 60 years ago. 1963 minus 2023. How many years? 60 years ago. They don't have independence. Government doesn't want to improve it. It was this Akufo-Addo's government that is talking about we want to digitize. Should we take how many government, if they were serious? And I always advise Ghanaians that we should not allow politics to blindfold us. These are policymakers. I don't sit here to do politics, but I am trying to actually advise and bring the attention of Ghanaians to bear that we must desist from this MPP NDC saga. Whether you are an NPP person and your government is not doing what is right, you should be able to stand enough to condemn your government. If you are an NDC, it comes to housing, nobody will pay your rent for you. You need to secure loans from the bank, pay unpardonable interest. That can even lead you to incarceration. What happens of it? So we have a government, don't have for housing there. It's not part of the agenda. But you hear and see this government with their manifesto. In fact, I have sent a signal. This year, this election we are going, it's about no house, no vote.
Oh, so that's the slogan.
No house, no votes. We don't want any bridges. We don't need a free education. No. If you even just oppose housing and education, where does education comes in? If I don't have a place to sleep, where does education comes in? This is a priority in misguided. They don't even know that. Let us build. Ask yourself, how come that this housing issue has risen to this point? In 1980s, we have this structural adjustment program, SAP, where the Bretton Woods institutions just have to instruct our government, don't build, don't do it, allow them to struggle, give it to private sector, don't build. And this is where we have become. And we have lazy governments, irrational governments in this country come and gone. I'm not making inference to any particular government.
Yeah.
But those which have come, let's take the Fourth Republic.
Yeah.
Under the 1922 Constitution.
Yeah.
All the government come and gone have disappointed Ghanaians big time. And they should bow themselves in shame that this time around they don't get it easy at all. I always say that if you pick 9 out of 10 Ghanaians, active population, they are tenants.
Yeah.
So we are talking about 18 million Ghanaians who are renting and suffering. How many people bring government to power? 6 point something.
Yeah.
3 multiplied by that are suffering. Why don't we use our numbers and attempt to punish them? We don't need to.
So you expect housing to be a very big conversation ahead of the next.
After food, health, okay?
Yeah.
And whatever, food. How much budget are they giving to the housing ministry? Let's ask President Akufo-Addo.
Should we not admit that governments are really incompetent in building houses, and so we need to empower, if you like the rent masters that you talk about and co, to invest in housing?
Government has a responsibility first, build.
Okay.
At least you will support the building. Government has a lot of land banks sitting down years. Nothing is being done on that land. They won't give it to the private sector. Do you know that if you go to Greda, ask Greda people, the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, you ask them what are the factors that will lead to high cost in building, land, litigations, and what have you.
Yes.
Government need to partner, do the PPP, give you them land, service the land. That takes about 55% of the cost.
Of the cost, yes.
Then 45% is borne by the private sector. Then the housing becomes cheap. Government has the legal instrument to negotiate with our chiefs, the stools, and negotiate for more lands for the private sector. The government is not just ready for housing, but we must speak, sorry for this word, sense into their minds.
Okay.
It's like they seem to have gone to all kind of having their masters from the top to down.
Maybe they have houses to sleep in, so they don't care about us.
They are not rational. They are heartless. They are cruel. They are heartless. If you bring heartless people to govern your country, that's what you see. They ride in cars, in big cars, air conditioning 24 hours. They don't care about you. When it comes to elections, just come and lie. You give 50 Ghana cedis. You wear MPP and NDC, trumpeting vuvuzelas, making unnecessary noise, and you are suffering. This is the kind of heartless government we have, and we are going to vote them out and ensure that the right things are done. In fact, the tenant union of Ghana, leading 18 million Ghanaians, will now be a hallmark where elections will be held. In fact, we are going to create a platform, the Housing Manifesto.
Okay.
Come and tell us what you can do. And I will rather even get vehicle, go the whole Ghana, be campaigning against a sitting government if they don't make critical commitment to housing. It's not just manifesto promise. Real promises that you must live to expectation. And the housing is the topic of this year's elections. Okay. They should forget about bridges and education and what have you. We are fed up. They must build so that we don't give the leverage or the loopholes for landlord travels on those things. In fact, there's a demand and supply issue. More demand, less supply. Definitely, government is not building. You set up a rent control, and Mr. Kosu is even sitting here that we have to come and assess. Have you built for you to assess? Now, have they built? You do not want to do anything to remedy the situation. Then you say that the government, the law gives us the opportunity to come and assess, and even the government itself, which the law is under, what has it done? You become lazy approach of solving problems, and you really want to talk about you want to solve.
Mr. Poku, do we really have a housing deficit in that magnitude? Because many have said that there are a lot of idle homes sitting around cantonments.
Let me answer you. Don't continue. In the private sector, the grader.
Yeah.
In fact, we don't have shortage of housing. No.
Yeah.
It's a palpable lie. The houses are there. Economically, we cannot afford.
Right.
In fact, just move, take your vehicle and your distance and go and look at the vacant houses over there.
Yes, there are lots.
Now, even government talk about affordable housing. Government affordable housing, one single bedroom is 99,990 million.
How many Ghanaians can afford it?
They're so affordable. Government. 2-bedroom standard goes for 182,000.
Cedis or dollars?
1.82 billion Ghana cedis. 3 standard bedroom, three rooms, about 330,000 Ghana cedis, 3.3 billion. we are talking about here. This is a government come and gone, and it's not only Akufo-Addo's government. Mohammed's government said it, and they should all understand he is making a comeback. Those who are there, we are going to ask them and query them for their negligence of responsibility, not to house their own citizenry. If you are a government and you fail to find where your people to sleep, then you are more or less quote unquote useless government that you need to not to even seek for re-elections or what have you. But I know they will listen to us. I want to keep my fire. We will advocate, but I can tell you the rental assistance scheme that has been brought for tenant union, and the way I've heard and I'm following is good.
Okay.
It's come to reduce some pressures on us because government is not building. So if government really want to support, whereby they give you at least every month pay, then you don't now think about how much I have to pay within a period of time. It also enables you to save.
Yeah.
So in case of paying 3 years, you must secure 30,000 Ghana cedis, right?
Yes.
But you rather do maybe 1,500 a month. That money can be invested. Are you okay? Your government has prepaid for you, and you don't have any problem with it at all.
Okay.
With this project, with this, if they themselves do not come in to politicize it,
yes,
then it is very, very good. But we have the confidence now that it has been given to a private sector. I have met the man about 1 or 2 times, the rent masters,
yeah.
And the guy, the way the modalities put in place, in fact, it is very difficult for government to even be involved and to influence what he's doing over there.
Okay.
But I pray it remains like that, and we can go to places.
Okay. Mr. Bosu, so what are some of the most frequent issues your department deals with?
Okay. No, before I answer that, there are some 4 comments I want to make. The first is that rent masters is not into building.
Yes.
They are really strictly in renting.
Okay.
Second issue is that the issue about involving private sector in the housing deficit reduction. Before even that, we can't discount or dispute the statistical report of the Ghana Statistical Service that there is 1.8 billion housing deficit in the country.
Okay.
Unless we have any document that can dispute that. So the housing deficit is there. So the issue about involving the government, involving private sector, we are reviewing the Rent Act, which is before Parliament now. Cabinet has given it approval. And in that document, we are trying to encourage the private sector. That's why we are increasing the rent advance demand to 1 year. So that we
so it's moving from 6 months,
6 months to 1 year. So that we can encourage them to invest more. Because if you want to restrict yourself to monthly rent payment or to the maximum of 6 months, though you see, housing is a long-term investment.
It is.
But if you want to restrict yourself monthly for the rent payment, how are they going to reinvest into the system? And then also, there are land banks, as Mr. Opoku mentioned. Government has opened its arm to the Ministry of Works and Housing now. If you are an investor, a private investor, and you want to involve yourself in this housing industry, you can come and sit down with the Minister of Works and Housing or the Chief Director. A part of the land bank, and just as Mr. Opoku mentioned, it will reduce we have estimated about 40% reduction of the housing, so that you can build with your own resources. The land banks will be given to you, utility will be provided, so that all these things will be taken off the cost. And then after building, you slash the thing down between 40 and 50%, as you mentioned. So these are the comments I want to make. The frequent, most involving situation and issues that we get in our offices from the beginning of the year and later part of last year, a lot of landlords are bringing tenants who cannot pay their rent.
Seriously?
Seriously.
So the landlords are bringing the tenant?
Exactly.
But usually they will just kick them and evict them and throw their things
there
out.
are laws. So you see, with the sensitization is catching up. Because if you don't know your right to stand on it, people will just be using you. So now that they know that they cannot forcefully eject any tenant when the person contradicts the law, they are bringing them to us so that we can aid. Because the law says that you cannot owe landlord a month's rent. After a month, the landlord has right to visit the rent control. You cannot go to the police that somebody is owing me. You have to go and arrest the person. This is not criminal offense.
Yeah.
So you have to pass through the rent control department. Well, we have to do some small investigation. See, you cannot cause nuisance and annoyance. All these provisions are there. But you cannot, based on that, forcefully eject a tenant from. You cannot pick a gun that you are smoking weed in my house, so just pack your thing. You need to come to the rent control department for us to do that. So the most frequent issues that are coming is because of the economic situation.
Wow.
People cannot pay their rent.
Wow.
So we thank God for this.
So what do you tell the landlords? Because yes, people are having their monies locked up. Sometimes they have the money, but if it's locked up in some financial institution or whatever, it becomes very difficult. So what do you tell the landlords?
The law cannot see that your money is being locked or your air is being cut.
Yes.
You see, so the law says that you cannot owe the person more than a month's rent. Okay. If you are owing the person and you discuss with the person and the person understands, it can give you some grace period. But without that, the person has to follow the due process. Report you, we do the investigation, and then we aid the eviction with the power of the rent magistrate.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the frequent issues that are coming to our.
Anyway, it seems the conversation is getting interesting, but we are running out of time. So I'll give you the final words, Mr. Poku. What will be your final words as far as this conversation is concerned?
What we are saying is that tenants in this country should have trust in the new scheme.
Okay.
That it's not a killer at all. Now that the tenant union is involved, they have opened their doors, we are involved. Trust me, we will advocate on it much more and ensure that fairness, equity is the game here.
Okay.
So I can assure them that definitely nobody apply. Just visit the sites, apply, and we also use our eye microscopically to follow
to monitor. Mr. Kwasu, your final words.
Yes, so my final word, if you have to give me time, let me just mention that since the launch of the manifesto in 2000, the Minister of Works and Housing, the minister himself, has put in so much effort before the launch on the 31st of January. And then let me briefly ask Ghanaians or tell Ghanaians that everybody qualifies.
Okay.
The eligibility criteria you need to follow is that you have to be a Ghanaian above 18 years. You need to hold a Ghana card. You need to provide bank statement or Momo statement.
Okay.
Or you need to provide a 3 month pay slip. These are being required to make sure that you get money into your account. And then what you have to do as a tenant, you have to go around, look for the apartment you will be convenient for you. It's not the scheme who will choose the apartment for you. You have to conveniently go and choose the place. And then make sure that the rent that you are going to pay will not exceed 30% of your income.
Salary. Okay.
Okay, because that is the international standard that your rent should not exceed 30%. If you are satisfied with that, you come and log on to the www.nras.gov.ga, nras.gov.ga. You go there, you apply, you provide all the requirements. If it's checked out or you are approved, before then, within 5 to 10 days, you'll be given signal as to whether you qualify or not. If there are some impedance, they will tell you that go and correct it, go and correct it. Then you submit those things. We will follow you, that is, the scheme will follow you to go and look at the apartment. Do due diligence, because somebody can post as a landlord. We want to make sure that it's not a caretaker who is going to rent the place for you, so that the money will be paid directly to the landlord. And then we come and sit down with the prospective tenant, schedule how much you have to pay per month. If you default within a month, just as I said, the law says you should not owe landlord a month's rent. If you default, we'll just kick you out, okay, through the legal means, and then replace you with another person, or we tell the landlord to refund the rest of the money, so I'll put it in the coffers, and then we can extend the assistance to other person. So this is basically what you do. But you can get all information on the website, that is www.nras.gov.ga, or you can WhatsApp to this number or call this number. Any other information you want to get, that is 055-134-1515, 055-134-1515. You can go there or send a WhatsApp, make an inquiry. Answers will be provided to you.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. It's been a very enlightening and revealing conversation as far as rent is concerned, and I'm sure it will be very beneficial to all of you who are watching from everywhere across the globe. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. I've been here with the Secretary General of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, Mr. Frederick Opoku, and then also the PRO of the Rent Control Department, Mr. Emmanuel Basu, who have been my guests on today's edition of the Lowdown. We're back same time next week with another edition. We are planning to have a conversation with the Minister of Works and Housing, and then we'll delve into what government's commitment is as far as housing is concerned. Because like Mr. Puku said, there's a lack of commitment from government, past and current, in terms of building a lot more to solve the critical needs of Ghanaians. My name is Daniel Ojo. Until next time, it's bye for now.
Susu sang kwai no bia wanto na bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Right there.
And Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's conversation is one that has really broken marriages, broken trust. And here, as we love to say, we love to spice up your relationship. So let's give you the ones and twos, things that you do in your marriage that can cause a separation or divorce, and if possible, avert it. So I have here with me, seated in my couch, Anastasia Okine. She is a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl. She is a foundation. Yeah, they are doing amazing. Later on, we're going to talk about that. Sure. So, Anas, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Great. And we've been sandwiched by the senior accounts manager of Benchmark Marketing, Victor Wellridge. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I love your gray hair.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Victor is married. Let me just add that too. But Anastasia and I will be doing the conversation. We're just taking a look at what will influence a wife or a husband to hide properties from their spouse. It's a big deal. It's a deal breaker for some people, and till date, it's caused a lot of separation. So we just want to find out, generally, if you say for better, for worse, a man will leave his home and join his wife, the two shall become one. Vic, I just want to find out, what will influence a man to say, okay, I have properties, but I don't want my wife to know about it. I'm keeping it. And until when do you even disclose your assets?
Right. All right. So thank you very much, Paula. It's a pleasure to be on your show.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
Yeah. Yeah. So this particular topic is a very big deal when it comes to marriage. Not just marriage, even with friendships and people in relationships. You know, keeping things, coveting things, hiding things, secrets. Secrets are always a major topic in any relationship. That determines the make or break of it. So when somebody keeps a secret, with your phone, your password, it starts from there, you know, password issues. So in a relationship, I want to start from a certain angle. So when you're in a relationship and then you quarrel and argue about passwords, I don't know your password. Every week you change your password. I don't know. I want to know about it. I want to know why you're keeping passwords. And you argue about it, you argue about it, you argue about it. You even break up because of password. Somehow you come back and then one day you decide that let's marry. So you marry. Yet you still have the issue of password in your marriage. You send it into your marriage. What has happened is that you've not solved a problem that has the potential of escalating to something big, as we are discussing in this topic. Okay. Of you acquiring something and then keeping it from your partner. So if you have mastered the way and will to even keep passwords from your partner, then you can do same with any other thing. All right? And you see, when you get to a point in your marriage where the marriage now is about convenience, you know, you are married because of the kids, of our one children. And I'm in this marriage because of my children, not you anymore. When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, you know, be responsible for them or be accountable to them.
Okay,
right?
so you not feeling the responsibility to be accountable to them leads one to hide properties or whatever it is from
yes,
their
it's one of the factors.
It's one of the factors.
It's one. There are so many other factors.
But let me ask you: you're married.
Yes.
Would you hide such a thing from your partner, or you are very open?
Well, I'm very, very open. If I will hide anything, then it could be for a good motive. It could be for a reason that maybe I want to buy her a particular car.
You save the good motive for now. Now let's play the devil's advocate. So, as Vic described it as a secret, keeping a secret from your partner, I just want to find out from you, if you're married, are you going to declare all your assets to your husband?
So then my question will be, at what point did I acquire these assets, right? So did I acquire them before the marriage or within the marriage? Now, if it is before the marriage, I don't see the need to.
Okay.
Because the thing is that, what am I declaring these assets to you for? What is the end goal, right? Is it to where you come to participate in the sustenance of what I have had before I met you? What is that knowledge of use to you for? If it's not, then I don't see any reason. However, if we are at a certain point in our relationship where declaring it, it's just like, you've got yours, I've got mine. It really doesn't affect anything, whether I know it or not. Okay, I'm just gonna say it, but that's just for saying sake, not to get any, contribution or some sort of, ownership or claiming from the partner. No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
So that's the thing. We turn to keep things. I think our generation currently, we tend to keep things from our partners because the people we end up with are not deserving. If you are really in love with someone, if you really chose right, this is the person who is meant for you, this is the person you see building a future with, I don't see what will hinder you from being open to them. These are the people who see your nakedness, you're having a child with the person, for better, for worse, you sleep in the same bed. Like, I don't really, of course, it might be that maybe the person that you're marrying is selfish and you've seen certain characters, as Anas was saying, if you come clean and then we are good. But then I really don't understand when it's married, because you are married, of course, so how?
You see, something must always go wrong for you to change your character towards your partner, right? So you may have experienced or seen a certain recurring problem with the person, with your partner, and you realize that this guy is not changing. Perhaps he's selfish, all right? Okay. So if he's selfish with his things, then why don't you also be selfish with yours? Okay.
But the thing is, wouldn't you have recognized these signs in the premarital stage?
Yes, you have. That's why I mentioned the thing about passwords. You see, it starts from somewhere.
The signs are always when
you are
trivial.
dating,
like, that's not.
Yeah, some people literally break up because of toothpaste. You understand? And how their partner is not using it well. All right? Passwords are a big deal in certain relationships. Okay? You keep passwords, and I don't know why I can't pick your calls. I don't know why I can't know your password to know what's inside your phone.
All right.
And some people go to their bathrooms with their phones.
They're just busy.
I got stuff to do. I know.
So if you find out that your husband, let's not say you have decided, okay, maybe sometimes if you getting married and then you've acquired properties before the marriage, you love to keep it to yourself. But how would you feel if your partner, maybe of 10 years or 15 years, you find out that he's got a complex. This complex is making money for him and all that. And maybe you have a joint account and this joint account is where you spend money from. How would you feel would you say you've been betrayed if you find out that your partner had a huge edifice that is fetching him equal money that, he knew nothing about it?
So yeah, that's a problem, because at this point our agreements within this marriage is we are gonna have a joint account. But then if that's the basis of our marriage, right, then to a certain degree, I would want to know, except we agreed on a specific amount, and so whichever way I'm bringing in that income, you don't need to know about it, right? But then if now you've got something elsewhere, and you still demand the same things of me per our marital agreement, I'm a woman, you're a man. What is the foundation of our marriage? Are we paying traditional gender roles here, right? Are we saying that you, the man, are the sole provider of the family we are creating for ourselves, such that to my underwear and everything is on you? And that is what a traditional marriage is. That is what we came to see growing up. I mean, within the context of traditional marriages with our parents and our grandparents and whatnot. Fortunately enough, it's not like that these days anymore. But if we are going that route, right, then I would want to know where else your money is coming from, because that is the agreement from the beginning. If it's not, then I don't care. Again, I'm a person is gonna, okay, so why are you hiding this sort of? But then was he intentionally hiding it, such that when he sees me coming, he's trying to put stuff, somewhere else? That is just being malicious.
Let me just put it that there can we oko kaba eyokunu but unyafa so afabrefi. It's a thing that sometimes you tell women who are going to get married. Yeah. Now you are married, so I'll have to get your view on this. In a situation where you made mention that sometimes it's for the good purpose. Yeah. So maybe for your 10th anniversary, you want to give a big gift to your partner. So then you are hiding this thing from the person. But in the case where you're going to get married and then your mom or your family tells you that, okay, you are going to form a family, but you have to get something for the family. So then as a woman, she's thinking, I need to build a house for my mom, but I don't have to tell my partner. So you start the project, you buy the land, you start the project, you are building, and then your husband, it might be your money or odo, but then for your husband to find out that, okay, you are building a home or a house for your family and I knew nothing about it. I just want to know, are you obligated to tell the man that you are in the same house, the same room with that? This is the project I'm doing for my family. Maybe this is the project I'm doing for my sister. Or you say you move like that. Does that work? Oh, I'm just doing my thing. Does that work in marriage? Or once you come together, it should be a partnership?
Yes, absolutely. You see, once you're in a legal agreement with someone, unless maybe you just go and do the traditional, even the traditional thing is now legal. So once you're in a legal agreement with someone, whatever you do, whatever you acquire within that legal agreement, it's for both of you. So if the lady decides that I'm building a family house for her family, and she's doing that secretly, and I find out, sorry, I can take her to court. I can take her to court, and then the court will decide how that property will be distributed or shared. Definitely it won't go to her family. You understand? Because whatever it is, the resource that she's using to build that particular building would come from maybe the peace of mind I have given her at home. There's a certain stake, whether it is monetary or psychological. I have given her a certain peace of mind to be able to acquire wealth to build for her family. So I have a stake in there. Let me give you a story. So there was this banker who decided to divorce his wife of over 30 years of marriage for a younger lady. Then he decided to just let her go with nothing.
No compensation.
Nothing. You understand? And the lawyer for the lady, the woman who was basically facilitating the process, did some digging and discovered that this man on retirement had built a 5-bedroom apartment somewhere. The wife never knew all the period they were married, and he was planning to go and live there with his new bride. You understand? Once that was disclosed, it was tendered in the courts that this man has a property. Therefore, if he's leaving the wife, that property should be given to the wife. And he had another apartment or another building. So he can live in that and the new one given to the wife. So this man literally intentionally did not want to give anything to his wife. You understand? But it was discovered and the court took it for her because he acquired it whilst they were married.
They were married. And I said, it looks like you want to counter that.
Yeah, because The thing is, now I would want to ask, what was the basis of the divorce? He asked for the divorce, isn't it?
Yeah.
And why did he ask for a divorce? Because automatically, when you ask for a divorce, as one partner in a relationship, you are 70% or some sort of percentage guaranteed to walk away with nothing from the marriage. Right? Now, if it's based on infidelity, that's where you have some sort of security that you are going to get something out of it.
Okay. Yeah, but this was not based on infidelity.
And the man wants to just bounce.
She did not, well, he said he doesn't have any property, doesn't own anything. That was his argument, right? Yet, he had built a 5-bedroom house. He wanted to go and live in with his new bride. So he was literally hiding it. So when it was discovered, the court took it for the wife.
Well, it's somebody's situation, but I think it's all these things that we have. But then, as a woman, what will make you suspicious that maybe my husband is hiding something? Because it all starts with the suspicion, and the people start digging and they realize that they have properties.
Right.
What are some of the signs?
What would be a sign? I feel like if you don't go looking for them, you will not find them, first of all. Now, if you go looking, it's probably, I mean, based on maybe they are trying to hide certain documents from you. You've seen certain text messages or you've heard something. I don't know, but personally, I would not go poke. If they don't find it, they don't think I'm worthy or I should know about what they are doing.
You're not going to push it.
I'm not going to push it, especially if I know that I have no contribution towards it, and if that's not how we operate in our marriage. I'm not going to push it. But then if I don't, I expect him also not to push it when he also recognizes that I'm also doing stuff aside.
Okay, so it all boils down to the agreement in the marriage. If you guys are like, okay, we are building properties, but then in the case when it's a loving relationship, you put your all into it. So those who put their all into it and find out that they've been cheated, they are the ones that, you know, it hurts most. But then if you're like, you know, we are there together.
But the thing is, even with the all also means that what are we operating by? Right? Like we said from the beginning, you are a hard-working woman, and I always feel for a lot of men, because in our setting, right, mostly women are the ones who are going to end up losing at the end of the day when it comes to a divorce. How many times have we seen men walking on the streets mad, and the reason for their mental whatever is because
heartbreak and all that? It happens, but then
compared to women, it's way more than women.
Okay, I have to do the research.
Way more than women.
No.
Okay.
See, if you just walk out there, counts all the men you see out there.
Maybe
they are more than women. And most of them, you see, the thing is, the emotional instability and emotional issues, women have the tendency to absorb and contain it better than men.
I think it's true. No, a lot of women enjoy a lot of things. It's true. In marriages, you have to go in there. You're thinking, oh, for the men, for the kids, for all that, and then the state. So that's why a lot of women end up.
Genetically,
and a lot of
women,
men even die before their wives. So many men die before their wives. Just look at.
But that's not because of emotional instability.
No, I'm just talking about. You see, women have a certain tenacity to hold things.
Because the society has made us done so.
Yes. So
as a woman.
So the woman has adapted to it. The man hasn't.
All right. So we can go on with that, but then I just want us to take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. This is Moons and Candles on GhanaWeb TV. Now we are coming to you from Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. You can walk in anytime from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. And the services here are amazing. They have haircut here, braiding for the ladies and the gents. They even have dreads. You can come in for your braiding. They do facials and they do pedicure. Walk-in is a conducive place. You can sit, you can chat, you can bring your boyfriends, your girlfriends and all that. So for the women, you can bring your man whilst he's getting a haircut and you're getting braids. They are absolutely good. So you pass by Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City more for all the amazing services. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back and forth with it and all that, but then I just want to create a scenario. Recently, there was this story in the news where a woman who is married, they have a kid, right? There's another child on the way, but the man is looking for separation, which might lead to divorce. Simply put, he realized that his wife was hiding a property, like, you know, apartment where fetches her money rent, and then she's got other cars where she used for this Uber, boats, stuff like that. And then with all this, the husband never knew. Now, what is more painful is that this woman earns more than the man in salary, right? He had no idea about it. So he's earning like something less than 5,000 to this monthly. He gives the woman half of that. And you know she has all these properties that can fetch her money. And then she also makes demands, okay, I want a phone. If he doesn't get it, then she's pissed. So when the man found out that this was what his wife was doing, he's like, this is the death of me. Now the marriage is on the verge of the collapse, and then the woman is like, oh, she'll do better. She's going to change the name into their name. And then she did that because she wanted to secure property for the family. That is one of the biggest reasons that people give. Now, I want to find out from you, Anas, what the woman did, is it justifiable? And then moving forward, she wants to save her marriage. She's opted that, okay, fine, at this moment, I'm willing to change into it. Just, I messed up. That is what she's saying, just to save her marriage. Do you, from a woman's perspective, do you think what the woman did, the circumstances, the situation at home, and how she handled the issue, milking the husband, while she could easily afford all those things, was it right? Was it the best thing she could have done?
I think what's at play here is a sense of morality and legality, right? So I feel like in a situation like this, we can't judge right and wrong. A lot of people don't base off right and wrong of morals. It's based on the law, right? In this sense, who is this woman? I think she's very malicious and whatever, vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, I don't think because it looks like the trajectory of their relationship, the man was the provider.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. Which had been agreed. That's how come he never had a problem with it from the beginning. What she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with the money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wanted? What if there was no substantial evidence of that money she's acquired over all those years and such a thing never came out? Would that have been a problem? I feel like the man is being overly emotional.
So wait, if you were the husband and then you found out this was what your husband was doing, how would you handle it? Will you feel like, okay, your husband is being, acting also emotional?
My thing is, over all these years, has he ever inquired about how much she earns?
As far as is your word, you tell me, okay.
Exactly. So that means that in this marriage, to him, how much she earned or whatever she was bringing to the house had never been a problem. Why is it a problem now? The fact that I use this to acquire something? Does that make sense?
Well,
it was never a problem, was it? How much I was earning, what I was using my money for was never a problem, right?
But then it is a problem when it becomes marriage, because we are in this together. We are building a family. If you in debt, if you have a debt, two people have to come together and in marriage, right? It is not your problem, as you say. Once you're married, your problem is my problem. My joy is your joy. Yeah. So in such a situation, the man is wanting else. The woman is saying, "Oh, I'm going to change the name and all that." Vic, if you ever find yourself in that situation, what would you do? Are you going to ask for a divorce? Are you going to leave? And how is even your trust going? How are you going to regain your trust in your wife?
You see, this situation is very, very serious, but at the same time has a certain moral lesson for everybody to learn. The seriousness of the matter is this: what if the man had died, maybe a natural death, before knowing all of this? It would have been wasted efforts by the lady, since she said she was doing all this for the family, right?
For her family.
For her family, not her nuclear family, her extended family.
For her,
It even makes the situation even worse. You understand? It makes it worse. It explains the fact that she did not have the man in mind, and you said the man is malicious. But
I think the woman is malicious.
Yes,
morally.
I mean, exactly. So
but legally, she's not.
She still is. You see, the fact is, if you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy. He's actually living with his worst enemy without knowing. You understand? She might have good intention for her family, her extended family. They are happy she's doing it for them, right? But her nuclear family is suffering as a result of that. And the man whom she claims she is one with is the one most suffering from all of this thing. And that makes her very, very evil. You understand? And one hero can be a villain to another person. That's the kind of role she's playing now. She's a hero to her extended family, but she's a villain to her husband. So the fact is that if I were the husband and I realize this, obviously I'll take her to court. I'll take her to court. This is not the time to change name and all that. If I had died, you would still have gone on with the properties and all that, and it would have been in the name of your extended family. What is worse is, what if she dies? How would the children or the child living also benefit from those things? We've had situations where extended families would throw out children from their parents' homes and all that. Has she thought of all of this? I would have taken her to court, and then we will take that property back. And once we take it back, or we split it, I'll take my share out of that and do whatever I want to do with it. Because definitely my money has been part of that building.
Now, before we wrap up this conversation, your advice to couples, like, who find themselves in this situation, whether to leave or to stay, or whether to get a plan B or not to get plan B, generally. I'm going to start with you.
Well, for me, before you get to that end, before you get there, I will advise that first off, try and solve the problem of trust. All right? Start with the little things, from the password, from the phone issues, from the gossip issues, from the secret issues. The more you open and then you disclose yourself, because of self-disclosure. So if both of you expose yourselves to what can you tell me about the deep things about yourself? What can I tell you about the deep things about myself, my fears, my worries, and all those? If you're able to have that self-disclosure going, the more we do that, the more the trust is built. Okay. And so if you decide to take any action in future, you definitely will put a thought to what I would think about it before you even take any action. Okay. And moreover, let's be good to our partners so that when they are doing something, they will have us in mind and it will be in a good way.
So be good to your partner, then they also include you in their plans.
Yeah.
And as your final words?
Well, I think communication would really have to be key. Do whatever you can to know the person you're about to settle with if you decide to take that step, right? Also for women, please know the law. Don't leave the nuances of, I love him so much, whatever. I always say love is not blind. Love enlightens you. It's only people who think love is blind that when things are going on, when bad things are going on in a relationship, they don't see them. Like you don't pay attention to your partner anymore to an extent that you don't see that things are worrying them. That is love being blind. That's not healthy love. You want to build a healthy life, and that's based on, or the foundations has to be effective communication, transparency. Do not settle for what you know that you don't like just because you want to be in a marriage or you want to be in a relationship. Then 5 years, 10 years down the line, you've got problems with it, and this person is understanding you. You were okay with it like 5 years ago or 2 years ago, now all of a sudden you want to change the rules. Be truthful with yourself, be transparent in this relationship, make sure that you know this person well enough. If you cannot be that secured, know the law, know what happens if always be prepared for the worst, I think. Okay. Pray and whatever, but also know that things could go wrong. Great. And be prepared for it.
All right. So to wrap up, I'll just say this few words. Life is simple, life is short, things are not complicated. And once you enter into a marriage, know the rules that govern that institution. If you are not willing to be open, to be transparent, to share your properties, then I don't think marriage is for you. Because if I'm bringing in my all and then you want to play smart and then my trust is broken, that's how a lot of women end up, being heartbroken. They're on the streets and they look very miserable. Marriage is simple. You have to be open to your partner. And if you think this person is not deserving to know your properties, to know the things you've acquired, then they are not the right person. It's better you wait until when you are free and when you are okay, you trust in a human, then you can say you are getting married. So please, don't enter into marriage and then you are playing your cards like, oh, I'm doing this alone. It's for better, for worse. The two shall become one. Yeah, so we did today's conversation. We had it here at the Andy's Barber Studio, located at the Legon City Mall. When you walk in here, you get great haircut. Now, so if you're a guy, you want to look good, I don't know, for that big date, for that big cut, you want to make a bold statement, I say that you come to Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. They have pedicure, they do facials, they do braiding for my ladies too, so you can walk in anytime. So I did this with Anastasia Okai. She's a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl Foundation, and then Victor Wellrich. Yes, Victor, he is the senior accounts manager at Benchmark Marketing. Thank you very much, guys, for coming. I just want to put out your social media handle if you want to reach out to you.
Yeah, at Victor Wellrich.
Wellrich, across all social.
Yeah.
And as you?
Yeah, Anasika_anymore.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with another exciting conversation here on Moons and Cuddles. I am Paula Amabuni. Thank you very much and see you on the next episode.